Welcome, weary traveler of forgotten realms, to a journey through shadow and divine blood, where the echoes of Baal's children resonate across planes both mortal and eternal. Tonight, we shall trace the path from captive soul to cosmic destiny, from the torturous depths of a mad wizard's dungeon to the very throne of murder itself, where choices made in darkness determine the fate of gods and mortals alike. Close your eyes, seeker of rest, and let these chronicles of experimentation and awakening carry you into peaceful slumber, where the turning wheels of prophecy whisper like distant thunder in the realm of dreams. In the aftermath of Saravok's defeat, when the blood of divine heritage had been spilled upon the stones of Baal's temple, and the immediate threat to Baldur's gate had been vanquished through blade and spell, there came a period of deceptive peace that would prove to be merely the eye of a much greater storm. The victory celebration that had echoed through the great city's streets was but a fleeting moment of triumph before darker forces moved with purpose and precision that had been planned across months of careful observation and patient stalking of those whose blood carried the taint of murdered divinity. The ambush came without warning as the small company of heroes departed the city gates, their steps carrying them away from the familiar walls that had provided sanctuary during the investigation into iron shortages and criminal conspiracies, yet which could no longer offer protection against enemies whose resources and determination exceeded anything that conventional security measures could hope to counter effectively. The attackers emerged from concealment with coordination that spoke of extensive preparation and intimate knowledge of their quarry's capabilities, their movements displaying the tactical sophistication of those who had studied every aspect of the confrontation they were about to initiate. The battle was brief yet devastating in its consequences, demonstrating that even heroes who had proven capable of confronting God's-born children and unraveling complex conspiracies remained vulnerable to enemies who possessed superior numbers, careful planning, and magical resources that had been specifically prepared to counter the defensive measures and combat techniques that had proven effective in previous encounters. The magic that swept over the small company carried with it the authority of one whose mastery of arcane arts exceeded that of most mortal practitioners, weaving patterns of force and enchantment that rendered resistance futile, despite the courage and determination that had carried them through so many previous trials. Consciousness fled like shadows before dawn, carrying away awareness of defeat and the beginning of captivity, under circumstances that would prove far more sinister than simple imprisonment or ransom demands could ever encompass. The dreams that came during this enforced slumber were filled with imagery that spoke to deeper violations than mere physical restraint, visions of experimentation and analysis that probed the very essence of what it meant to carry divine heritage within mortal flesh, while voices discussed findings and theories in tones that carried the cold detachment of those who viewed sentient beings as nothing more than subjects for scholarly investigation. The awakening came gradually, accompanied by sensations that spoke of prolonged confinement and systematic weakening through methods that had been designed to maintain life while reducing the possibility of effective resistance or escape. The cage that provided both prison and laboratory specimen container bore the marks of extensive use for similar purposes, its construction displaying the kind of specialized modifications that could only result from long experience in containing subjects whose capabilities exceeded those of normal mortals, while the mechanisms that controlled access and monitored vital signs spoke to resources and technical knowledge that few organizations could command or afford to deploy. The chamber that housed this imprisonment revealed itself to be part of a much larger complex, whose purpose became increasingly clear as consciousness fully returned and observation revealed the scope and nature of the activities being conducted within these underground walls. The equipment that filled adjacent areas displayed the sophisticated fusion of magical and mechanical techniques that characterized the work of someone whose pursuit of knowledge transcended normal ethical boundaries and practical limitations. While the specimens preserved in various states of animation or analysis provided grim testimony to the systematic nature of investigations that treated conscious beings as nothing more than sources of data to be extracted through whatever methods proved most effective. The voice that emerged from the shadows carried with it the cold authority of one whose intellectual capabilities had been devoted entirely to purposes that honored neither compassion nor restraint in their pursuit of understanding that could only be achieved through methods that violated every principle upon which civilized behavior depended for its moral foundation and practical implementation. John Irenicus, for that was the name by which this figure would eventually be known, spoke with the measured tones of someone whose emotional capacity had been so thoroughly corrupted or destroyed that human suffering registered merely as necessary byproduct of research activities whose importance transcended any consideration of the costs imposed upon individual subjects. The experiments that had been conducted during the period of unconsciousness had left their mark not merely upon physical form but upon the very essence of divine heritage that flowed through Baldur veins. The procedures employed displaying knowledge of metaphysical principles and practical techniques that few scholars could have acquired through conventional study or legitimate research methodologies. The pain that accompanied returning awareness spoke not merely to physical trauma, but to violations of spiritual integrity that had been inflicted through methods designed to probe the fundamental nature of divine essence while preserving enough of the subject's essential characteristics to permit continued investigation. The dungeon complex that served as both prison and laboratory revealed itself through exploration to be a monument to systematic violation of natural order and moral principle, its chambers containing evidence of experiments that had been conducted upon subjects whose only crime had been to possess characteristics or capabilities that attracted the attention of one whose pursuit of knowledge recognized no boundaries imposed by conscience or compassion. The vats that lined certain corridors contained specimens in various states of preservation, their forms speaking to investigations that had explored the limits of what consciousness could endure, while still providing useful data about the relationship between physical form and essential identity. The discovery of other prisoners within this underground complex provided both hope for companionship and evidence of the scope of activities that had been conducted by someone whose resources and determination had enabled the systematic acquisition of subjects whose diverse characteristics served different aspects of research that encompassed multiple disciplines and methodological approaches. Each encounter with these fellow captives revealed new aspects of the systematic nature of investigations that had been designed to explore every facet of consciousness, identity, and the relationship between mortal form and transcendent essence that connected individual awareness to cosmic principles operating beyond normal human understanding. Among these prisoners, none proved more significant than the childhood friend whose presence provided both comfort and confirmation that the targeting of Baldur had been neither random nor opportunistic, but rather reflected careful planning and extensive knowledge of family relationships and personal connections that could serve the investigator's larger purposes. Imoen's conditions spoke to experiments that had been conducted with particular focus upon the divine heritage that she shared with her foster sibling, her responses and behavior patterns indicating that procedures designed to probe the nature of Baal's legacy had been applied with systematic thoroughness that prioritized data gathering over any consideration of psychological or spiritual welfare. The gradual exploration of the complex revealed chambers devoted to different aspects of research activities that encompass not merely physical experimentation, but investigations into emotional response, memory manipulation, and the artificial replication of consciousness through methods that demonstrated both extraordinary technical sophistication and complete disregard for the fundamental principles that should govern any interaction with sentient beings. The cloning experiments that had been conducted in certain areas provided particularly disturbing evidence of attempts to recreate specific individuals through procedures that had produced entities whose awareness of their artificial nature had driven them to madness or violent rejection of their imposed existence. The encounter with Yoshimo provided the first indication that escape might be possible through cooperation with someone whose own imprisonment had been motivated by circumstances different from those that had brought Balspawn to the attention of their mutual captor, yet whose capabilities and determination might prove complementary to those possessed by the primary subjects of investigation. His knowledge of the complex's layout and security measures, combined with skills that had been honed through experiences that differed significantly from those of more conventional prisoners, offered possibilities for coordinated action that individual efforts could never have achieved against defenses that had been designed to contain subjects whose abilities exceeded normal mortal limitations. The systematic exploration of the dungeon's multiple levels revealed the extent to which a single individual's pursuit of forbidden knowledge had created an infrastructure capable of supporting investigations that challenged the fundamental assumptions underlying civilized societies' approach to the relationship between individual rights and collective advancement of understanding. The libraries that contained documentation of previous experiments provided glimpses into methodologies that had been refined through years of systematic application to subjects whose diversity spoke to careful selection based upon characteristics that served specific research objectives, while also revealing the gradual expansion of investigations to encompass ever more ambitious attempts to understand and manipulate the essential nature of consciousness itself. The discovery of the three dryads, whose captivity served the specific purpose of attempting to restore emotional capacity to one whose pursuit of knowledge had cost him the ability to experience the full range of human feeling, provided crucial insight into both the personal motivations that drove the systematic violation of natural order and the recognition that such violations carried consequences that extended beyond immediate research objectives to encompass fundamental alterations in the investigator's own nature and capabilities. Their accounts of failed attempts to artificially recreate what had been lost through choices made in pursuit of power and understanding revealed the tragic irony of investigations that had achieved unprecedented technical success while simultaneously destroying the very qualities that gave such achievements meaning or moral justification. The gradual accumulation of evidence regarding the complex's true purpose and the nature of experiments being conducted within its walls provided understanding that transcended mere curiosity about immediate circumstances to encompass recognition of participation in events whose significance extended far beyond individual survival or escape to encompass questions about the proper relationship between knowledge and wisdom, power and responsibility, individual desire, and collective welfare that had challenged philosophers and theologians across centuries of debate and speculation. The realization that divine heritage made its bearers subjects of particular interest to those whose investigations pushed beyond normal ethical boundaries carried with it both explanation for current circumstances and warning about future dangers that would continue to manifest so long as such power remained uncontrolled and uncomprehended. The equipment discovered throughout the complex revealed technical capabilities that exceeded anything available through normal commercial or academic channels, their construction and operation requiring resources and knowledge that could only be acquired through methods that bypassed conventional limitations imposed by legal oversight and moral restraint. The magical energies that powered these devices carried signatures that spoke to sources of power that operated according to principles that differed significantly from those taught in legitimate institutions of learning, while their effects upon test subjects demonstrated results that could never have been achieved through procedures that honored basic principles regarding consent and individual autonomy. The growing understanding of systematic methodology behind the experiments provided context for interpreting the physical and psychological trauma that had been inflicted upon various subjects, revealing that apparent randomness in procedure selection actually reflected careful planning designed to explore specific aspects of consciousness and identity through approaches that maximize data yield while maintaining subject viability for extended investigation periods. The correlation between individual characteristics and experimental protocols demonstrated knowledge of metaphysical principles that few scholars possessed, combined with willingness to apply such knowledge through methods that violated every ethical constraint that normally governed research involving sentient subjects. The escape itself became possible only through the convergence of external assault upon the complex and internal rebellion by subjects whose combined capabilities exceeded the security measures that had been designed to contain individual prisoners operating without coordination or mutual support. The sounds of battle that echoed through corridors previously marked only by the quiet efficiency of systematic investigation spoke to the arrival of forces whose own purposes remained mysterious, yet whose immediate objectives aligned with those of prisoners seeking freedom from circumstances that threatened not merely physical survival, but the fundamental integrity of consciousness itself. The final confrontation with the architect of their imprisonment revealed both the scope of knowledge that had been acquired through systematic violation of natural order and moral principle, and the terrible cost that such investigations had imposed upon one whose pursuit of understanding had ultimately destroyed his capacity to appreciate the value of what he had learned through methods that reduced conscious beings to sources of data whose individual worth paled beside the significance of discoveries that could be extracted through their systematic exploitation and analysis. The sunlight that greeted their emergence from the underground complex carried with it promise of freedom, yet also recognition that escape from immediate physical confinement represented only the beginning of struggles that would test every capability developed through trials that had revealed both the strength and vulnerability that accompanied divine heritage in a world where such power attracted attention from forces whose own ambitions operated on scales that transcended regional concerns to encompass cosmic conflicts whose resolution would determine the fate of consciousness itself. Across multiple planes of existence, where the eternal struggle between order and chaos continued without regard for individual preferences or mortal limitations on understanding and capability. The emergence from the dungeon's oppressive depths into the welcoming embrace of natural sunlight should have marked the beginning of recovery and restoration, after trials that had tested every aspect of physical endurance and spiritual resilience. Yet, the scene that greeted the escaped prisoners spoke instead to the beginning of new complications that would prove even more challenging than the systematic torments they had endured within the confines of systematic experimentation and calculated violation of natural order. The debris scattered across the ground bore witness to a battle fought with desperate intensity, its remnants speaking to the clash between forces whose conflict had provided the distraction necessary for escape, while simultaneously introducing uncertainties about the nature and objectives of those who had facilitated liberation through methods that remained as mysterious as their ultimate purposes. The explosion that collapsed the passage behind them carried with it both the finality of severance from immediate past trauma and the recognition that return to previous circumstances had become impossible through any conventional means, the destruction serving multiple purposes that encompassed both prevention of pursuit by any surviving elements of the experimental apparatus and elimination of evidence that might have provided understanding of the full scope and methodology of investigations that had been conducted within chambers whose secrets would now remain buried beneath tons of stone and earth. The sounds of continuing combat that echoed across the landscape spoke to conflicts that extended far beyond the immediate circumstances of dungeon escape, to encompass larger patterns of violence and struggle, whose resolution would determine the future safety and freedom of all who carried divine heritage within their mortal forms. The confrontation that unfolded between John Irenicus and the forces that had assaulted his stronghold revealed capabilities that exceeded anything that conventional combat training or typical magical education could have provided. The display of power demonstrating mastery over arcane principles that few practitioners could match, while simultaneously showing the terrible cost that such mastery had extracted from one whose pursuit of ultimate knowledge had required the systematic destruction of every human quality that might have served as limitation or restraint upon the application of such capabilities. The ease with which he dispatched multiple opponents spoke to preparations that had anticipated such eventualities, while also revealing the confidence of one whose resources and abilities had been tested against challenges far exceeding anything that normal law enforcement or conventional military forces could present. The intervention of the cowled wizards marked the arrival of institutional authority, whose jurisdiction encompassed magical crimes and violations of established regulations governing the practice of arcane arts within territories where such oversight had been deemed necessary for the protection of ordinary citizens from the consequences of uncontrolled magical experimentation and application. Their appearance at this crucial moment demonstrated both the scope of their surveillance capabilities and their willingness to intervene directly in situations that threatened public safety. Yet their methods and objectives remained sufficiently ambiguous to raise questions about whether their involvement represented genuine protection of innocent parties or pursuit of institutional interests that might not align perfectly with individual welfare and justice. The transportation of both Irenicus and Imoen under official custody provided temporary resolution of immediate dangers, while simultaneously creating new uncertainties about the fate of one whose only crime had been to possess divine heritage that attracted the attention of those whose investigations recognized no boundaries imposed by moral principle or legal restraint. The efficiency with which the cowled wizards contained the situation spoke to extensive experience in dealing with magical emergencies and criminal enterprises. Yet their apparent inability or unwillingness to distinguish between perpetrator and victim in their custody decisions suggested either incomplete understanding of the true circumstances or adherence to policies that prioritized containment over justice in situations where magical power posed potential threats to established order. The city of Athkatla revealed itself as a metropolis whose prosperity and cultural sophistication provided stark contrast to the rural settings and smaller communities that had characterized previous adventures. its broad streets and impressive architecture speaking to centuries of successful commerce and political stability that had enabled the accumulation of wealth and knowledge necessary for supporting such extensive urban development. Yet, beneath this surface, prosperity lay currents of tension and conflict that spoke to the challenges inherent in maintaining order within a community whose size and diversity created opportunities for criminal enterprises whose scope, sophistication could never flourish in smaller, more closely monitored environments. The regulations governing magical practice within the city's boundaries reflected both practical recognition of the dangers that uncontrolled arcane power could pose to densely populated areas and the institutional response that had been developed to address such concerns through systematic monitoring and enforcement of restrictions designed to balance individual freedom with collective security. The licensing requirements that governed legitimate magical activity spoke to bureaucratic approaches that attempted to maintain oversight without completely suppressing beneficial applications of arcane knowledge. Yet the severity of penalties imposed upon violators suggested awareness that such regulations could only be effective if backed by enforcement mechanisms capable of deterring even the most capable practitioners from unauthorized activities. The promenade district that served as initial destination following escape from the dungeon complex provided introduction to the commercial heart of a city whose economy depended upon trade relationships that extended across vast distances and encompassed goods and services whose variety reflected the cultural diversity and resource abundance that characterized one of the most successful urban centers in the known world. The shops and establishments that lined its thoroughfares displayed merchandise whose quality and exotic origins spoke to trading networks that connected distant lands through relationships built upon mutual benefit and careful negotiation, while the customers and merchants who conducted business within these venues represented the cosmopolitan character that marked truly great cities throughout history. The encounter with Galen Bale marked the beginning of involvement with forces whose knowledge of recent events and current circumstances exceeded what chance encounter or casual observation could have provided. His immediate approach and apparent familiarity with the specific situation facing newly escaped prisoners, suggesting connections to information networks whose scope and efficiency indicated either direct involvement in the events that had precipitated current difficulties or access to intelligence gathering capabilities that operated on levels far exceeding those available to ordinary citizens or legitimate commercial enterprises. The proposition that he presented carried with it both hope for reunification with captured companions and recognition that such assistance would require payment in amounts that reflected either the genuine difficulty and risk involved, providing such services, or the opportunistic exploitation of desperate circumstances by those whose business practices prioritized profit over compassion in dealing with individuals whose options remained severely limited by factors beyond their control. The sum of 20,000 gold pieces represented wealth far exceeding anything that most honest citizens could expect to accumulate through legitimate labor, its magnitude speaking to either the extraordinary nature of the services being offered or the systematic exploitation of vulnerable parties by those whose position enabled them to demand whatever compensation their victims might be able to provide. The journey to his safe house provided opportunity for evaluation of both his credibility and the broader urban environment within which such negotiations took place, the route revealing neighborhoods whose character spoke to the economic stratification that characterized large urban centers, while also demonstrating the security measures and defensive preparations that marked areas where criminal enterprises conducted business beyond the effective reach of legitimate law enforcement. The building that served as his headquarters displayed the kind of modest external appearance that provided concealment for activities whose true nature might attract unwanted attention, while its internal arrangements spoke to preparations for conducting business that required both secrecy and protection against hostile intervention. The organization that Galen represented gradually revealed itself through conversation and implication to be the Shadow Thieves, a criminal enterprise whose influence within Athkatla had grown to encompass activities that ranged from traditional theft and smuggling to more sophisticated forms of political manipulation and economic control that enabled them to operate with relative impunity within a legal framework that should theoretically have prevented such extensive criminal activity. Their ability to offer services that legitimate institutions could not or would not provide spoke to both their resource capabilities and their willingness to accept risks that law-abiding organizations necessarily avoided, while their knowledge of current events and access to restricted information suggested infiltration of official institutions at levels that enabled intelligence gathering far exceeding what normal criminal enterprises could achieve. The mission that they proposed carried implications that extended far beyond simple rescue operations to encompass confrontation with institutional authority whose jurisdiction over magical crimes gave them powers that few organizations would dare to challenge directly. The complexity of such an undertaking requiring resources and capabilities that only groups with extensive experience in activities that operated beyond legal boundaries could hope to provide effectively. The location where Imoen and her captor were being held represented one of the most secure facilities available to magical law enforcement, its reputation for containing even the most powerful practitioners speaking to defenses and security measures that conventional approaches to liberation could never hope to overcome. The alternative that presented itself through contact with rival criminal organizations provided different risks and potential benefits. The competition between established criminal enterprises, creating opportunities for those whose loyalty remained uncommitted to negotiate terms that might prove more favorable than exclusive reliance upon any single group could provide. The guild war that had erupted within Athkatla's criminal underworld reflected both the territorial disputes that characterized illegal enterprises and the specific tensions that had developed as new organizations challenged established power structures through methods that combined traditional criminal techniques with innovations that drew upon resources and capabilities that older groups had not previously encountered. The choice between shadow thieves and their mysterious rivals represented more than simple selection between alternative service providers, encompassing fundamental decisions about moral principles and strategic approaches that would influence not merely immediate outcomes, but long-term relationships and future obligations that could extend far beyond the current crisis, to shape circumstances and opportunities that might not become apparent until much later in the unfolding sequence of events. The information available about each organization remained frustratingly incomplete, requiring decisions based upon partial understanding and uncertain projections about consequences that could not be fully anticipated or adequately prepared for through conventional planning methodologies. The path that led through alliance with the Shadow Thieves began with payment of the requested fee and formal acceptance of their assistance, the transaction marking entry into relationships with individuals whose business practices operated according to principles that differed significantly from those that governed legitimate commerce and lawful cooperation. Aran Linvale emerged as the figure whose authority within the organization enabled him to make commitments and deploy resources necessary for undertaking operations whose complexity and danger exceeded anything that subordinate members could authorize or execute without direct supervision from leadership levels whose own capabilities and connections provided access to methods and opportunities that remained beyond the reach of ordinary criminal enterprises. His headquarters within the docks district reflected both the practical considerations that influenced criminal enterprises seeking to maintain operations near transportation facilities that enabled rapid movement of goods and personnel, and the defensive requirements that marked organizations whose activities attracted hostile attention from both rival criminal groups and legitimate law enforcement agencies. The concealment and security measures that protected access to these facilities spoke to experience gained through years of successful operation in environments where discovery could result in consequences ranging from economic loss to physical destruction, while the personnel and equipment that provided protection demonstrated resource allocation that prioritized organizational survival over comfort or convenience. The missions that Aaron assigned to new allies reflected both immediate tactical necessities related to the ongoing guild war and evaluation procedures designed to assess capabilities and reliability of individuals whose loyalty, competence had not yet been established through proven performance under challenging circumstances. The first assignment, that involved protecting a shipment in the docks area, provided opportunity for direct observation of the methods and capabilities employed by rival criminal organizations, the encounter revealing that their opponents possessed resources and techniques that differed significantly from traditional approaches to criminal enterprise and territorial control. The assault that eliminated the Shadow Thief operative responsible for guarding valuable cargo demonstrated both the ruthlessness and the exotic capabilities that marked their adversaries as something far more dangerous than conventional criminal competitors. The magical nature of the attack speaking to access to arcane resources that few illegal organizations could command or deploy with such systematic effectiveness. The ease with which they overcame prepared defenses and eliminated experienced personnel suggested capabilities that transcended normal limitations imposed by resource constraints and recruitment difficulties that typically restricted the scope and ambition of criminal enterprises. The investigation of defection among Shadow Thief personnel revealed the systematic nature of recruitment efforts being conducted by their rivals. The successful conversion of established members speaking to either compelling incentives or coercive methods that exceeded anything that normal criminal organizations could employ in their competition for qualified personnel. The tavern where these defectors had been conducting their activities provided setting for confrontation that tested both combat capabilities and tactical judgment in situations where excessive violence might attract official attention, while insufficient application of force could result in failure to achieve mission objectives or obtain crucial intelligence about enemy capabilities and plans. The recruitment operative whose intervention followed the confrontation with defecting Shadow Thieves provided first direct contact with representatives of the mysterious rival organization, his knowledge and authority suggesting rank within their hierarchy that enabled access to information about their methods and objectives, while also indicating willingness to engage in direct action when circumstances required immediate response to threats against their interests. The intelligence gathered through this encounter, whether obtained through successful interrogation or recovered documentation, provided crucial insights into the scope and nature of opposition that the Shadow Thieves faced in their struggle to maintain territorial control and organizational integrity. The revelation that their opponents consisted primarily of vampires transformed understanding of the conflict from conventional criminal competition into supernatural warfare that operated according to principles and capabilities that few mortals possessed adequate knowledge or preparation to counter effectively. The undead nature of their adversaries explained both their apparent immunity to conventional intimidation and their access to abilities that exceeded normal human limitations, while their coordinated activities suggested leadership and organizational structure that combined supernatural power with strategic thinking that enabled systematic campaigns against living opponents whose own resources remained constrained by mortality and conventional limitations. The assault upon the vampire stronghold that had been established beneath the graveyard district represented the culmination of Shadow Thief, preparation for direct confrontation with enemies whose capabilities required specialized equipment and tactical approaches that differed significantly from methods employed against living opponents. The wooden stakes and magical assistance provided by Aran Linvale demonstrated both understanding of vampire vulnerabilities and access to resources that enabled effective action against supernatural enemies, while the coordination required for penetrating underground defenses spoke to military experience and strategic planning capabilities that exceeded those typically associated with criminal enterprises. The pursuit of LaSalle through underground chambers revealed the extent of vampire infiltration and the sophistication of defensive measures that had been established to protect their operations from discovery and assault by enemies whose knowledge of their true nature might enable effective resistance to their expansion within the city's criminal hierarchy. The ritual chambers and ceremonial areas discovered during this pursuit provided evidence of activities and objectives that transcended simple territorial acquisition to encompass purposes that remained mysterious yet which clearly involved supernatural elements and cosmic implications that extended far beyond local criminal competition. The confrontation with Bodhi marked direct encounter with leadership levels of the vampire organization, her capabilities and authority demonstrating the kind of supernatural power and ancient knowledge that enabled coordination of systematic campaigns against living opponents, while maintaining the secrecy necessary for operations that depended upon concealment from both rival criminal organizations and legitimate authorities whose intervention could disrupt carefully planned activities. Her apparent knowledge of current events and specific information about individuals involved in recent conflicts suggested intelligence-gathering capabilities that exceeded normal limitations imposed by physical surveillance and conventional espionage methods. The intelligence revealed through successful completion of Shadow Thief missions provided understanding of connections between recent events and larger patterns of conflict that encompassed not merely local criminal competition but cosmic struggles involving forces whose power and objectives operated on scales that transcended mortal comprehension and regional concerns. The relationship between vampire activities and the systematic pursuit of Balspawn that had motivated recent imprisonment and experimentation suggested coordination between supernatural entities and arcane practitioners whose combined resources enabled campaigns that no single organization could have conducted independently. The alternative path that led through alliance with Bodhi and her vampire organization began with rejection of Shadow Thief, offers and acceptance of proposals that carried different risks and moral implications while offering potential advantages that reflected the unique capabilities and resources that undead entities could provide to those willing to overlook the fundamental violations of natural order that such cooperation necessarily entailed. The initial meeting in the graveyard district provided appropriate atmospheric setting for negotiations with creatures whose very existence represented triumph of supernatural will over the limitations that death normally imposed upon the limitations, consciousness, and physical capability. The missions, assigned by vampire leadership, reflected both their immediate tactical needs in ongoing conflict with established criminal enterprises and their longer-term objectives that encompassed goals extending far beyond simple territorial control or commercial advantage, to include purposes that remained carefully concealed yet which clearly involved supernatural elements and cosmic implications that mortal understanding could barely comprehend. The assault upon Shadow Thief commercial operations provided opportunity for direct action against enemies whose conventional capabilities and moral limitations made them vulnerable to tactics that undead opponents could employ without regard for consequences that would normally constrain living combatants. The systematic disruption of Shadow Thief resources and personnel demonstrated vampire capabilities in conducting coordinated campaigns that combined supernatural power with strategic planning. Their success in weakening established criminal enterprises, speaking to advantages that undead entities possessed in conflicts where traditional limitations regarding rest, sustenance, and physical vulnerability did not apply to all participants. The ease with which they penetrated defenses and eliminated experienced personnel suggested capabilities that living opponents found difficult to counter through conventional security measures and tactical responses. The infiltration of Shadow Thief headquarters required navigation through defensive measures that had been designed to protect against conventional criminal rivals rather than supernatural enemies whose capabilities enabled approaches and methods that normal security planning had not anticipated or adequately prepared to counter effectively. The complexity of gaining access to leadership levels of established criminal organizations demonstrated both the sophistication of their defensive preparations and the advantages that undead allies could provide in overcoming obstacles that would have proven insurmountable for purely mortal attackers operating without supernatural assistance. The confrontation with Aran Linvale provided opportunity for direct evaluation of Shadow Thief leadership capabilities, while also enabling acquisition of intelligence about their knowledge of recent events and their role in larger patterns of conflict that encompassed supernatural elements and cosmic implications extending far beyond local criminal competition. The information revealed through this encounter, whether obtained through combat or negotiation, provided crucial insights into connections between various criminal enterprises and the systematic pursuit of individuals whose divine heritage made them targets for forces whose objectives remained mysterious yet clearly involved supernatural power and arcane knowledge. The intelligence gathered through completion of vampire missions revealed the scope and nature of opposition that established criminal organizations faced from supernatural enemies whose capabilities and objectives differed significantly from conventional criminal competitors, while also providing understanding of larger patterns that connected recent events to cosmic struggles involving divine heritage and the systematic pursuit of power that transcended normal mortal limitations and regional concerns. The transportation arrangements that both criminal organizations offered for reaching the location where captured companions were being held involved cooperation with maritime merchants whose own loyalties and motivations remained subject to question. Their willingness to provide services that legitimate shipping enterprises would refuse, speaking to either exceptional compensation or coercive pressures that enabled criminal organizations to secure cooperation from individuals whose normal business practices operated within legal boundaries. The journey that awaited promised to test every capability and resolve that had been developed through recent trials, while carrying the group toward confrontations that would determine not merely individual fate but cosmic consequences. whose implications would extend far beyond personal survival to encompass the fundamental nature of divine heritage and its role in shaping conflicts between supernatural forces whose power and ambition operated according to principles that transcended mortal understanding and conventional moral categories. The island that emerged from morning mist carried with it the weight of countless tragedies and untold suffering. Its rocky shores, bearing witness to the systematic corruption of healing arts and the perversion of sanctuary into instrument of torment, for those whose only crime lay in possessing capabilities that exceeded the narrow boundaries that fearful authorities had established to contain what they could neither understand nor control. Spellhold loomed from cliff tops like a monument to institutional failure and moral compromise, its imposing walls concealing chambers where compassion had been replaced by clinical detachment and therapeutic purpose, had given way to experimental methodology that treated conscious minds as subjects for investigation rather than souls, deserving protection and care. The small settlement of Brynlaw that clustered around the island's harbour provided stark contrast to the grim fortress that dominated the landscape, its ramshackle buildings and bustling taverns speaking to the kind of rough prosperity that flourished in places where legitimate authority maintained only nominal presence and practical governance fell to those whose capabilities and willingness to employ violence enabled them to impose their own version of order upon communities that existed beyond the reach of conventional law enforcement. The pirates who controlled this outpost had established relationships with official authorities that reflected mutual convenience rather than moral alignment. Their tolerance of criminal activity, serving institutional purposes that prioritized containment over justice in dealing with problems that conventional approaches had proven inadequate to address. The arrival of travelers whose passage had been arranged through criminal organizations immediately marked them as individuals whose purposes extended beyond casual visitation or legitimate business activities, their presence attracting attention from local authorities whose own allegiances remained subject to question, and whose willingness to provide assistance would depend upon calculations that encompassed factors far more complex than simple monetary compensation or appeals to moral duty. The atmosphere of barely concealed tension that permeated interactions between different groups within the settlement spoke to underlying conflicts and competing interests that could erupt into violence without warning, while the obvious preparations for defensive action suggested awareness that current arrangements might prove temporary under pressure from forces whose power exceeded what local resources could hope to resist effectively. The betrayal that manifested immediately upon disembarkation revealed the extent to which even apparent allies remained subject to influences and obligations that superseded whatever agreements had been negotiated during earlier phases of cooperation. The systematic nature of the deception speaking to planning that had encompassed multiple contingencies and alternative approaches to achieving objectives that remained hidden behind layers of misdirection and false allegiance. The vampires who emerged from concealment demonstrated capabilities that exceeded normal undead limitations, their coordination and equipment suggesting resources and preparation that only organizations with extensive reach and substantial funding could have provided for operations conducted far from their primary bases of power. The survival of this initial assault required both tactical skill and recognition that apparent safety represented nothing more than temporary respite before additional challenges that would test every capability while revealing new aspects of the systematic campaign that had targeted divine heritage for purposes that remained mysterious, yet clearly encompassed objectives, extending far beyond regional concerns to influence cosmic struggles, whose resolution would determine the fate of consciousness itself across multiple planes of existence. The intelligence gathered through combat and observation provided crucial insights into enemy capabilities, while also confirming suspicions about coordination between different aspects of opposition that had been encountered throughout recent trials and confrontations. The establishment that served as primary gathering place for island inhabitants provided introduction to social dynamics that reflected the complex relationships between different groups whose coexistence depended upon carefully maintained balances of power and mutual benefit that could be disrupted by changes in circumstances or shifts in external pressures that altered fundamental assumptions underlying current arrangements. Sonic emerged as a figure whose knowledge of local conditions and access to information about facility operations made him a valuable source of intelligence regarding possibilities for gaining entry to installations that normal visitors could never hope to penetrate through conventional means or legitimate authorization procedures. The assassination that eliminated this potential source of assistance before crucial information could be obtained demonstrated both the systematic nature of opposition surveillance and the ruthless efficiency with which threats to security were eliminated by forces whose resources enabled monitoring of activities that should have been concealed from hostile observation. The method employed in this elimination revealed capabilities that exceeded those of normal criminal enterprises, while the timing suggested intelligence gathering that had anticipated potential cooperation between arriving travelers and local inhabitants, whose knowledge might prove dangerous to carefully guarded operational security. The investigation that followed this tragedy led through networks of personal relationships and commercial enterprises that reflected the complex social structure underlying apparent lawlessness, revealing connections between individual motivations and institutional pressures that shaped behavior patterns in environments where survival depended upon careful navigation of competing loyalties and conflicting obligations. The courtesan guild that controlled certain aspects of local commerce operated according to principles that combined legitimate business practices with systematic exploitation of human vulnerability, their methods demonstrating sophisticated understanding of psychological manipulation and economic coercion. The rescue of Claire from circumstances that would have resulted in her elimination provided both humanitarian satisfaction and practical access to intelligence that had been preserved through personal relationships rather than official documentation or institutional memory, her knowledge representing the kind of detailed understanding that could only be acquired through direct experience and emotional investment in outcomes that transcended mere professional obligation or commercial interest. The information she possessed regarding alternative approaches to gaining facility access reflected intimate familiarity with security procedures and personnel arrangements that official sources would never have revealed to unauthorized parties. The guidance provided by Gallon offered multiple pathways toward achieving entry into installations whose defenses had been designed to prevent unauthorized access, while maintaining operational efficiency that enabled legitimate activities to continue without disruption from external interference or internal security measures that might compromise essential functions. The options he presented encompassed approaches that ranged from direct confrontation with minimal security personnel to more subtle infiltration methods that relied upon deception and exploitation of administrative procedures rather than overwhelming force or systematic destruction of defensive barrières. The choice between these alternatives carried implications that extended beyond immediate tactical considerations to encompass fundamental questions about moral principles and strategic objectives that would influence not merely current operations, but future relationships and long-term consequences that might not become apparent until much later in the sequence of events that had been set in motion through decisions made under pressure of immediate necessity and incomplete understanding of larger patterns and ultimate stakes involved in apparently local conflicts and institutional confrontations. The approach that involved direct confrontation with the cowled wizard representative stationed on the island provided the most straightforward path toward obtaining access credentials, while also offering opportunity to test capabilities against opponents whose training and resources reflected institutional backing rather than individual criminal enterprise or personal vendetta. The magical protections and combat techniques employed by official representatives spoke to educational background and resource allocation that exceeded what typical practitioners could command, while their willingness to engage in combat, rather than seeking diplomatic resolution, suggested either confidence in personal capabilities or adherence to policies that prioritized institutional authority over individual survival in confrontations with unauthorized personnel. The alternative approach that involved negotiation with pirate leadership offered different risks and potential advantages. Their local authority, enabling provision of services that official channels would never approve, while their intimate knowledge of facility operations provided access to information that could prove crucial for successful penetration of security measures that had been designed to prevent exactly the kind of unauthorized entry that current circumstances required. The relationship between criminal enterprises and institutional authority reflected arrangements that served mutual convenience rather than moral alignment, their cooperation demonstrating pragmatic recognition that certain problems required solutions that conventional approaches could never provide effectively. The fortress itself stood as monument to institutional ambition and architectural achievement, its impressive construction reflecting resources and planning that had been devoted to creating facilities capable of containing subjects whose capabilities exceeded normal human limitations, while providing environments suitable for conducting activities that required both security and specialized equipment unavailable through conventional commercial sources. The external approaches had been designed to channel visitors through controlled access points, where identity verification and threat assessment could be conducted under circumstances that minimized risk to personnel and facility integrity, while maximizing information gathering about purposes and capabilities of those seeking entry. The defensive measures that protected these approaches encompassed both passive barriers and active monitoring systems whose sophistication reflected understanding of diverse threats that might be employed by opponents possessing unusual capabilities or resources, while the personnel responsible for maintaining security displayed training and equipment that spoke to institutional investment in protecting assets whose value exceeded normal commercial or administrative considerations. The encounter with various supernatural entities that inhabited the island's perimeter regions provided evidence of systematic corruption that had transformed natural environments into extensions of facility operations whose purposes remained hidden behind official designations and legitimate therapeutic objectives. The entry procedures that governed legitimate access reflected bureaucratic approaches that attempted to maintain oversight and control while accommodating necessary functions that required interaction between facility personnel and external parties whose own purposes and capabilities might pose potential threats to operational security or institutional objectives. The coordinator who managed these interactions presented himself as a dedicated professional whose primary concern involved ensuring appropriate treatment for individuals whose conditions required specialized care that conventional institutions could not provide, his manner and responses suggesting genuine commitment to therapeutic objectives rather than personal advancement or institutional aggrandizement. The tour that followed formal admission provided systematic introduction to facility operations and treatment methodologies that had been developed through years of experience in dealing with subjects whose conditions challenged conventional approaches to mental health care and behavioral modification, each demonstration revealing new aspects of institutional philosophy and practical techniques that had been employed to address problems that normal therapeutic frameworks had proven inadequate to resolve effectively. The inmates whose cases were presented for observation displayed symptoms and behavioral patterns that confirmed official explanations regarding the necessity for specialized containment and treatment procedures. The reunion with Imoen provided both emotional satisfaction and disturbing confirmation of institutional claims regarding the systematic nature of problems that had necessitated her confinement under circumstances that prioritized security over comfort while maintaining therapeutic objectives that required constant monitoring and intervention by personnel whose training enabled them to recognize and respond to manifestations of conditions that untrained observers might dismiss as normal behavioral variation rather than symptoms of dangerous instability requiring immediate professional attention. The revelation of the coordinator's true identity transformed understanding of recent events from institutional response to magical emergency into systematic deception orchestrated by the very individual whose capture and confinement had supposedly motivated current rescue efforts. The scope and sophistication of the deception demonstrating capabilities that exceeded anything that normal magical practitioners could achieve through conventional training or legitimate resource access. John Irenicus emerged not as prisoner requiring liberation, but as architect of elaborate scheme whose purposes encompassed objectives far more complex and dangerous than simple revenge or opportunistic exploitation of circumstances that had brought divine heritage within reach of experimental methodology. The betrayal that manifested through Yoshimo's revelation provided bitter confirmation of systematic infiltration and manipulation that had encompassed every aspect of recent events from initial capture through apparent rescue, subsequent journey towards supposed sanctuary, his confession revealing the extent to which apparent autonomy and free choice had been illusions maintained through careful orchestration of circumstances and relationships that had channeled decisions toward outcomes that served purposes entirely different from those that had been consciously pursued. The magical compulsion that had bound him to service against his natural inclinations demonstrated both the sophistication of control methods and the tragic consequences of involvement with forces whose power enabled systematic violation of individual will and moral autonomy. The descent into underground chambers marked transition from deception to open confrontation with enemies whose true nature and ultimate objectives could no longer be concealed behind facades of legitimate authority or therapeutic necessity. The maze-like structure of these installations, reflecting both defensive considerations and experimental requirements that had shaped facility design, according to principles that prioritized containment and systematic investigation over comfort or conventional architectural aesthetics. The challenges that awaited within these depths had been designed to test not merely physical capabilities, but psychological resilience and moral integrity under circumstances that combined immediate physical danger with systematic assault upon fundamental assumptions about identity and purpose that provided foundation for conscious decision-making and ethical behavior. The extraction of divine essence that Irenicus conducted represented the culmination of systematic investigation and experimental methodology that had been developed through years of research into metaphysical principles governing the relationship between mortal consciousness and transcendent power. His success in achieving this separation, demonstrating both technical mastery and complete disregard for consequences that such violations of natural order would impose upon subjects whose only crime had been to possess capabilities that attracted attention from those whose pursuit of knowledge recognized no moral boundaries or practical limitations imposed by compassion or ethical restraint. The revelation that Imoen shared the same divine heritage provided crucial insight into targeting criteria and selection methodology that had governed systematic pursuit of individuals whose bloodline connections to murdered deities made them valuable subjects for investigations that sought to understand and exploit fundamental principles underlying the relationship between divine power and mortal consciousness. Her condition following experimental procedures demonstrating both the effectiveness of extraction techniques and the devastating consequences that such violations imposed upon victims whose essential nature had been systematically analyzed and modified through methods that treated conscious beings as sources of data rather than individuals deserving protection and respect. The connection between these experiments and the mysterious affliction that required divine essence for resolution revealed larger patterns of cause and consequence that linked current circumstances to previous events whose significance had not been apparent during their occurrence. The systematic nature of this relationship, suggesting planning and resource allocation that had operated across extended time periods while maintaining concealment from those whose interference might have prevented achievement of objectives that required both patience and sophisticated coordination between different aspects of comprehensive strategy, designed to achieve results that conventional approaches could never have provided. The involvement of Bodhi in these schemes provided explanation for her knowledge of recent events and her apparent cooperation with forces whose objectives seemed to contradict her own immediate interests. Her role in facilitating the systematic elimination of Shadow Thief personnel, revealing the extent to which criminal warfare had been orchestrated to serve purposes that extended far beyond territorial control or commercial advantage to encompass systematic harvesting of lives whose deaths would provide spiritual nourishment necessary for awakening divine potential that remained dormant within Balspawn consciousness until activated through exposure to systematic violence and organized slaughter. The maze that served as testing ground and entertainment venue for Bodhi's amusement reflected both sadistic pleasure in psychological torment and practical assessment of capabilities that would determine survival prospects in confrontations that lay ahead. Its challenges, encompassing obstacles that required combination of intellectual analysis and physical capability, while maintaining constant awareness of dangers that could manifest without warning from enemies whose own resources exceeded normal limitations imposed by mortality and conventional understanding of strategic principles. The trials that awaited within these chambers had been designed to reveal strengths and weaknesses that would influence tactical planning for future encounters. The first challenge that required navigation through flooded chambers and underwater passages tested both physical endurance and ability to adapt techniques and equipment to environmental conditions that differed significantly from normal combat situations, while the puzzles that governed access to essential items demanded intellectual capability and systematic analysis that complemented physical skills in determining overall competence for undertaking missions whose complexity exceeded anything that could be resolved through simple application of force or conventional tactical approaches. The encounters with former facility personnel whose transformation into undead guardians provided both obstacles to progress and evidence of systematic corruption that had converted healing institution into monument to violation of natural order and moral principle, their continued existence serving purposes that extended beyond simple security to encompass ongoing experimentation with relationships between consciousness and physical form that challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of identity and individual autonomy under circumstances where normal limitations no longer applied to beings whose existence transcended conventional boundaries between life and death. The prison complex that housed additional test subjects provided glimpses into the scope and systematic nature of experimental activities that had encompassed diverse individuals whose only common characteristic involved possession of capabilities or knowledge that attracted attention from investigators whose methods recognized no ethical boundaries or legal constraints in pursuing understanding that conventional research approaches could never have achieved through legitimate means or voluntary cooperation from subjects whose welfare would have been prioritized over data acquisition and theoretical advancement. The liberation of these prisoners required both tactical planning and moral commitment to principles that honored individual dignity and fundamental rights, even under circumstances where such considerations might compromise operational efficiency or tactical advantage. The choice between expedient solutions and ethical approaches, reflecting ongoing tension between immediate necessity and long-term consequences that would influence character development and future relationships with allies whose own moral standards might differ significantly from those that governed personal decision-making processes. The confrontation with facility security measures revealed defensive capabilities that had been designed to contain subjects whose power exceeded normal human limitations, while providing protection against external assault by enemies whose own resources might include magical capabilities and tactical sophistication that conventional security planning could not adequately anticipate or prepare to counter through standard procedures and equipment allocation. The magical barriers and automated defensive systems demonstrated institutional investment in protecting assets whose value exceeded normal, commercial, or administrative considerations. The final chambers that housed primary experimental facilities provided comprehensive revelation of systematic methodology and resource allocation that had enabled investigations whose scope and sophistication exceeded anything that methodology, individual researchers could have achieved without institutional backing and extensive cooperation from sources whose own capabilities encompassed diverse disciplines and specialized knowledge that normal academic environments could never have provided through conventional educational programs or legitimate research funding mechanisms. The transformation into the Slayer that occurred during confrontation with Bodhi marked activation of divine heritage, whose power had been systematically awakened through exposure to circumstances that triggered responses lying dormant within Baalspawn consciousness until circumstances required access to capabilities that transcended normal mortal limitations. The manifestation demonstrating both potential for unprecedented power and dangerous vulnerability to influences that sought to exploit such capabilities for purposes that violated individual autonomy and moral principle while serving cosmic objectives whose ultimate significance remained hidden behind immediate tactical considerations and personal survival requirements. The pursuit that followed Bodhi's retreat led through additional facility levels whose architecture and defensive measures reflected different purposes and security requirements, each area revealing new aspects of institutional operations while providing evidence of systematic coordination between diverse activities whose combined objectives encompassed goals extending far beyond simple containment or therapeutic intervention, to include fundamental research into metaphysical principles governing consciousness and divine power under controlled conditions that enabled systematic analysis and experimental manipulation of subjects whose capabilities exceeded normal human experience and understanding. The battles that marked progression through these areas tested every capability while revealing new aspects of enemy resources and tactical approaches, the opposition demonstrating coordination and equipment that spoke to extensive preparation and institutional backing rather than improvised response to unexpected circumstances, while the systematic nature of defensive measures suggested planning that had anticipated various possible approaches and prepared appropriate countermeasures designed to prevent unauthorized access to sensitive areas whose protection required capabilities exceeding those of normal security, personnel, or conventional defensive systems. The chambers that contained evidence of systematic experimentation provided disturbing confirmation of institutional priorities that valued data acquisition over subject welfare, while maintaining facades of therapeutic purpose that concealed true objectives behind official designations and legitimate administrative procedures. The documentation and equipment discovered within these areas revealing methodology and resource allocation that had enabled investigations whose scope exceeded anything that normal research institutions could have conducted through conventional means or legitimate funding sources. The escape route that led from facility depths toward surface areas required navigation through passages that reflected both original architectural design and subsequent modifications made to accommodate specialized functions that differed significantly from initial therapeutic purposes. The complexity of these arrangements demonstrating extensive renovation and adaptation that had converted healing institution into research facility whose true objectives remained concealed from external oversight through careful maintenance of official designations and administrative procedures that satisfied bureaucratic requirements while enabling activities that violated every principle upon which legitimate institutions depended for moral authority and public support. The emergence into areas where normal facility operations continued provided opportunity for comparison between official therapeutic activities and hidden experimental programs whose true nature had been systematically concealed from oversight authorities and general public awareness through methods that combined administrative deception with physical concealment of evidence that might have revealed violation of legal constraints and ethical standards governing treatment of individuals whose conditions required specialized care rather than systematic exploitation for research purposes, that prioritized theoretical advancement over individual welfare and fundamental rights. The alternative path that emerged from the ruins of apparent sanctuary led downward through passages carved by forces both natural and artificial, their depths promising either salvation or damnation for those whose circumstances had eliminated all possibility of retreat to familiar territories where conventional understanding and normal limitations might have provided guidance for decisions that would determine not merely immediate survival, but ultimate destiny in struggles that encompassed conflicts extending far beyond mortal comprehension or regional concerns. The descent toward unknown realms carried with it both the weight of desperate necessity and the recognition that each step away from surface world familiarity represented movement toward encounters with powers and principles that operated according to laws that differed fundamentally from those that governed civilized existence and conventional moral frameworks. The maritime journey that preceded this ultimate descent had revealed the extent to which apparently helpful allies remained subject to obligations and loyalties that superseded whatever agreements might have been negotiated under release, circumstances that seemed to promise mutual benefit and shared objectives. The systematic nature of betrayal and deception, encompassing even those whose assistance had proven crucial for survival during previous phases of confrontation, with forces whose resources and determination exceeded anything that individual capability could hope to counter through conventional means or straightforward applications of courage and tactical skill. Seaman Havarian's vessel had provided transportation away from island installations whose true nature had been revealed through trials that tested every aspect of character and capability, while exposing systematic deception that encompassed multiple layers of misdirection and false alliance. Yet the apparent safety of maritime travel proved as illusory as every other assumption about security and reliable cooperation that recent events had systematically demolished through revelation of interconnected schemes whose complexity exceeded anything that normal criminal enterprise or individual vendetta could have orchestrated without extensive resources and coordinated planning across extended time periods. The attack that materialized from supposedly empty waters demonstrated capabilities that transcended normal limitations imposed by physical laws and conventional understanding of tactical possibilities. The Githyanki raiders emerging from dimensional space, with coordination and equipment that spoke to systematic preparation for confrontations involving specific targets whose importance exceeded normal commercial or territorial considerations. Their pursuit of Seaman Havarian revealed connections and obligations that extended far beyond immediate circumstances to encompass cosmic conflicts whose resolution would influence relationships between planes of existence and fundamental principles governing interaction between different forms of consciousness and reality. The artifact that had motivated this pursuit represented power and significance that attracted attention from forces whose own capabilities enabled them to traverse dimensional boundaries in pursuit of objectives that encompassed goals, extending beyond simple acquisition of valuable objects to include prevention of consequences that such items might enable when employed by individuals whose understanding of their true nature remained inadequate for responsible application of capabilities that could influence outcomes on scales exceeding regional or even planetary concerns. The intervention of Salwagin forces that disrupted this confrontation provided temporary respite from immediate dangers, while simultaneously introducing new uncertainties about motives and objectives of creatures whose own territorial claims and cultural practices operated according to principles that differed significantly from those that governed surface-dwelling civilizations. Their systematic approach to capture and containment, suggesting capabilities and organizational structure that enabled coordination of activities across oceanic territories, whose scope exceeded anything that land-based powers could effectively monitor or control through conventional military or diplomatic means. The underwater city that served as destination for captured travelers revealed architectural achievement and social organization that had been developed through centuries of adaptation to environmental conditions that posed challenges and opportunities unknown to surface civilizations. Its construction reflecting both practical necessities imposed by oceanic existence and cultural preferences that emphasize different values and priorities from those that characterize terrestrial communities whose development had been shaped by entirely different environmental pressures and resource availability. The reception that awaited within these submerged halls encompassed both religious significance and political calculation, the priestess who facilitated initial contact, speaking of prophecies and divine signs that connected recent arrivals to cosmic patterns whose interpretation had influenced Sahuagin decision-making processes and cultural development in ways that created opportunities for cooperation or conflict, depending upon choices made by individuals whose own understanding of larger patterns remained incomplete, yet whose actions would determine outcomes that would influence relationships between different forms of consciousness and competing approaches to existence and territorial control. The king whose authority governed Sahuagin society displayed both the wisdom and limitations that characterized leadership positions within cultures whose development had been shaped by environmental pressures and historical experiences that differed fundamentally from those that had influenced surface civilizations. His evaluation of recent arrivals, reflecting assessment criteria and cultural values that emphasized different priorities and capabilities from those that would have been considered relevant by terrestrial authorities facing similar decisions about cooperation or hostility towards strangers whose own purposes remained subject to question and whose capabilities might pose potential threats to established order and community welfare. The rival priestess whose opposition challenged official interpretation of prophetic significance represented internal political dynamics and theological disagreement that reflected broader tensions within Sahuagin society regarding appropriate responses to changing circumstances and external influences that challenged traditional approaches to territorial control and cultural preservation. Her alternative perspective demonstrating complexity of decision-making processes that encompassed multiple factors and competing interests, rather than simple adherence to established precedent or unanimous agreement regarding optimal strategies for addressing unprecedented situations. The conflict that erupted between competing religious and political factions provided opportunity for external parties to influence outcomes through tactical intervention and strategic alliance formation. Yet, the choices available encompassed moral complexities that extended beyond immediate survival considerations to include long-term consequences for communities whose welfare would be affected by decisions made under pressure of immediate necessity and incomplete understanding of cultural dynamics and historical grievances that had shaped current tensions and competitive relationships. The rebel leader, whose alternative vision challenged established authority, represented possibilities for political change and social reform that might prove beneficial for individuals whose current circumstances had been shaped by systematic policies and cultural practices that prioritized different objectives from those that would serve the interests of communities seeking different approaches to territorial control and resource allocation. Yet, the evaluation of competing claims and alternative proposals required understanding of historical context and cultural values that external observers could not easily acquire through brief exposure to complex situations whose resolution would influence the welfare of entire populations. The systematic raids that Sahuagin forces conducted against surface installations had established patterns of conflict and territorial assertion that reflected both practical necessities imposed by resource competition and cultural imperatives that emphasized expansion and dominance as measures of political success and community strength. These activities creating ongoing tensions with surface civilizations whose own territorial claims and commercial interests conflicted with Sahuagin objectives and traditional practices regarding oceanic resources and coastal territories whose control remained disputed through ongoing military action and diplomatic maneuvering. The decision regarding appropriate response to internal Sahuagin conflicts required careful consideration of multiple factors that encompassed immediate tactical necessities, long-term strategic implications, and moral principles regarding intervention in civil disputes, whose resolution would determine the future direction of policies and practices that would influence countless individuals whose welfare remained at stake regardless of which faction ultimately achieved political dominance and implemented their preferred approaches to territorial control and cultural development. The magical rope that provided access to deeper realms represented both practical solution to immediate transportation needs and symbolic threshold between familiar territories governed by known principles and unknown regions where entirely different forms of consciousness and reality might challenge every assumption about the nature of existence and appropriate approaches to survival and moral behavior under circumstances that exceeded normal human experience and conventional understanding of cause and effect. Relationships. The Underdark that awaited beyond this passage revealed itself as realm, where surface world assumptions regarding light and darkness, safety and danger, alliance and hostility required systematic re-evaluation in environments where conventional navigation techniques and tactical approaches might prove inadequate for addressing challenges that operated according to principles that differed fundamentally from those that governed surface world interactions and relationship formation between different communities and individuals whose objectives remained subject to question and whose capabilities might exceed normal limitations imposed by familiar environmental conditions. The cavern systems that provided initial introduction to these subterranean realms displayed both natural formation processes that had operated across geological time periods and artificial modifications that reflected the activities of intelligent inhabitants whose own adaptation to underground existence had enabled them to create architectural achievements and social organizations that rivaled anything that surface civilizations had accomplished through their mastery of different environmental conditions and resource bases that provided different opportunities and challenges for cultural development and technological advancement. The absence of familiar landmarks and navigational reference points created immediate challenges for movement and orientation that required development of new techniques and approaches to geographical understanding, while the presence of creatures and environmental hazards whose behavior and capabilities differed significantly from those encountered in surface world contexts demanded constant vigilance and adaptation of tactical methods and safety. Protocols that had proven effective in familiar territories, but which might prove inadequate or counterproductive when applied to situations that operated according to entirely different principles and limitations. The gnome settlement that provided first systematic contact with established Underdark civilization offered glimpse into successful adaptation strategies and cultural modifications that had enabled surface-dwelling peoples to maintain community organization and technological capability under environmental conditions that posed challenges unknown to their ancestral territories. Their achievement demonstrating possibility for continued civilized existence despite separation from familiar resources and social networks that had previously provided foundation for cultural stability and economic prosperity. The leader, whose authority governed gnomish community activities, displayed both practical wisdom developed through direct experience of Underdark survival requirements and cultural knowledge that encompassed understanding of relationships and territorial arrangements between different groups whose coexistence depended upon carefully negotiated agreements and mutual recognition of boundaries and limitations that prevented conflicts over resources and territorial claims from escalating into violence that would threaten the survival of all parties whose welfare depended upon maintenance of stable relationships and predictable interaction patterns. The information that he provided regarding recent travelers whose descriptions matched those being pursued revealed both the scope of surveillance and communication networks that operated within Underdark territories and the significance that various communities attached to movements and activities of individuals whose purposes and capabilities might influence larger patterns of conflict and cooperation that would determine future relationships between different groups whose own objectives might conflict with those of temporary visitors whose presence could disrupt carefully maintained balances of power and territorial arrangement. The Drow settlement that represented destination for these pursued individuals embodied both the achievements and moral corruption that had characterized Elven civilization's adaptation to underground existence following their exile from surface world territories, their society reflecting systematic perversion of cultural values and social organization that had transformed once noble traditions into instruments of oppression and exploitation that treated individual welfare as subordinate to collective objectives defined by authorities whose own power depended upon maintenance of hierarchical structures that concentrated resources and decision-making authority in ways that violated fundamental principles of justice and individual dignity. The light gem that provided access to deeper regions represented both practical necessity for navigation and symbolic key to understanding relationships between different forms of consciousness and environmental adaptation. Its properties, reflecting magical principles that operated according to laws that differed from those that governed surface world phenomena, while enabling interactions between material reality and spiritual forces that remained largely invisible to those whose experience had been limited to familiar territories and conventional understanding of cause and effect relationships. The dark cave that had been sealed by impenetrable barriers represented threshold between accessible regions and territories whose exploration required capabilities that exceeded normal human limitations, its protection reflecting both natural phenomena and artificial modifications that had been implemented by forces whose own understanding of environmental manipulation exceeded anything that conventional magical education could provide. Through legitimate training programs or authorized research, activities conducted within established institutional frameworks and oversight mechanisms. The Silver Dragon, whose guardianship encompassed these threshold regions, embodied both ancient wisdom and terrible power that had been devoted to maintaining balance between competing forces whose conflicts threatened stability, survival of communities whose welfare depended upon prevention of open warfare between groups whose capabilities could devastate entire regions through systematic application of destructive power that exceeded anything that normal military forces could hope to counter through conventional tactical approaches or defensive preparations. Adalon's revelation regarding systematic theft of her offspring provided explanation for both her current limitations and the leverage that had been employed to ensure her cooperation with arrangements that conflicted with her natural instincts and moral principles. The situation demonstrating sophisticated understanding of psychological pressure and strategic manipulation that had enabled relatively weak forces to control much more powerful entities through systematic exploitation of emotional vulnerabilities and parental obligations that transcended considerations of personal safety or tactical advantage. The Drow city, whose conquest or infiltration represented necessary step toward recovering stolen dragon eggs, displayed architectural achievement and social organization that reflected both cultural sophistication and moral degeneracy. Its construction, embodying aesthetic principles and engineering capabilities that demonstrated intellectual achievement, while serving purposes that violated fundamental ethical constraints and individual rights through systematic implementation of hierarchical oppression and ritualized cruelty that treated suffering as entertainment and individual autonomy as obstacle to collective objectives, defined by ruling authorities whose power depended upon maintenance of fear and systematic violation of moral principles. The polymorph transformation that enabled infiltration of Drow society represented both practical solution to immediate tactical challenges and symbolic adoption of identity characteristics that challenged personal integrity and moral consistency, the assumption of false appearance and behavioral patterns, requiring systematic suppression of natural responses and ethical instincts that had been developed through years of moral education and character formation, while demanding adaptation to cultural norms and social expectations that conflicted with fundamental principles regarding appropriate treatment of others and acceptable approaches to achieving objectives through interaction with communities whose values differed significantly from those that provided foundation for personal moral framework. The matriarchal structure that governed Drow social organization reflected both cultural adaptation to environmental conditions and systematic perversion of natural relationships and authority patterns that had been modified to serve purposes that prioritized collective power over individual welfare, while maintaining hierarchy through methods that combined religious authority with political control and systematic intimidation that eliminated possibility for effective opposition to policies and practices that violated individual rights and community welfare in service of objectives that benefited ruling elites at expense of general population, whose welfare remained subordinated to institutional interests and personal ambitions of those whose positions enabled exploitation of others through legal and social mechanisms that legitimized systematic oppression. The demonic ritual that represented ultimate objective of Drow leadership demonstrated both their magical capabilities and moral corruption, the ceremony encompassing systematic violation of natural order and spiritual principles through methods that sought to establish communication and alliance relationships with entities whose own nature and objectives represented fundamental opposition to consciousness, individual autonomy, and moral development that enabled communities to achieve prosperity and cultural advancement through cooperation and mutual respect, rather than systematic exploitation and hierarchical oppression that concentrated benefits among ruling classes, while imposing costs upon general populations whose welfare remained subordinated to elite interests. The dragon eggs that served as crucial components in these supernatural negotiations represented both Adalon's parental devotion and strategic resources, whose value extended beyond normal commercial considerations to encompass cosmic implications and metaphysical significance that connected immediate circumstances to larger patterns of conflict between forces whose opposition encompassed fundamental disagreements about appropriate relationships between power and responsibility, individual autonomy and collective welfare, natural order and artificial manipulation that sought to achieve objectives through methods that violated essential principles governing proper interaction between conscious beings and spiritual forces that influenced material reality, through means that exceeded normal human understanding yet, which remained subject to moral evaluation and ethical constraint. The systematic disruption of Drow activities through either direct confrontation or subtle sabotage provided multiple pathways toward achieving immediate objectives, while also enabling evaluation of different approaches to problem-solving that encompassed varying degrees of violence and deception. Each methodology carrying different implications for personal moral development and long-term consequences that would influence character formation and future relationships with allies whose own ethical standards might differ significantly from those that guided individual decision-making processes under circumstances that required rapid evaluation of competing priorities and strategic objectives. The escape route that led towards surface territories represented both geographical transition and symbolic return to familiar environmental conditions and social contexts where conventional moral frameworks and established cultural norms might provide guidance for decision-making processes that had been complicated by exposure to alternative value systems and social organizations whose approaches to community welfare and individual rights differed significantly from those that had shaped previous understanding of appropriate behavior and ethical responsibility under circumstances that challenged personal integrity and moral consistency. The Elven patrol that provided initial contact with surface world authorities demonstrated both military capability and cultural values that had been preserved despite prolonged conflict with forces whose own objectives threatened traditional approaches to community organization and territorial defense. Their dedication to homeland protection, reflecting commitment to principles and relationships that had provided foundation for cultural identity and social cohesion across generations of challenge and adaptation to changing circumstances that threatened fundamental aspects of community welfare and individual safety. Elhan's leadership of these military forces reflected both practical necessity imposed by current crisis and cultural authority that had been developed through years of service to community objectives and demonstrated commitment to values and principles that transcended personal advancement or individual benefit. His evaluation of recent arrivals, encompassing both tactical considerations regarding their potential contribution to ongoing military efforts and strategic assessment of their reliability and moral character under circumstances where wrong decisions regarding alliance formation could result in consequences that would influence community survival and cultural preservation across future generations. The siege that had separated Elven communities from their ancestral homeland provided evidence of systematic campaign and strategic planning that exceeded anything that normal military operations could have achieved without extensive resources and sophisticated coordination between diverse forces, whose combined capabilities enabled conquest and occupation of territories whose defense had been considered impregnable through conventional military means. The success of these operations demonstrating enemy capabilities that exceeded previous assessments, while also revealing vulnerabilities in traditional defensive approaches that had been developed for countering different types of threats and tactical methodologies. The Rin Lanthorn that represented essential tool for penetrating magical barriers, protecting occupied territories, embodied both ancient craftsmanship and spiritual significance that connected current circumstances to historical traditions and cultural heritage that had been preserved through generations of careful stewardship and ritual observance, its properties reflecting understanding of metaphysical principles and practical applications that had been developed through centuries of accumulated experience and scholarly investigation into relationships between material reality and spiritual forces that influenced environmental conditions and magical phenomena through means that required specialized knowledge and technical expertise for effective utilization. The prophetic dreams that accompanied rest periods during this phase of the journey revealed growing awareness of cosmic connections and inherited responsibilities that extended far beyond immediate tactical necessities to encompass ultimate questions about personal identity and cosmic purpose. that would determine individual role in conflicts, whose resolution would influence fundamental principles governing reality itself. Across multiple planes of existence where consciousness struggled to understand its own nature and appropriate relationship to forces that operated according to principles that transcended mortal limitation and regional concerns, while demanding choices that would determine eternal consequences for countless souls whose fate remained connected to decisions made by individuals whose divine heritage imposed obligations that could not be escaped through appeals to ignorance or claims of unworthiness for responsibilities that cosmic forces had predetermined through means that exceeded human understanding, yet which remained subject to moral evaluation and ethical choice regarding appropriate uses of inherited power and transcendent capability. The emergence into sunlight after prolonged immersion in the depths of underdark realms carried with it both physical relief from oppressive darkness and psychological restoration through reconnection with familiar environmental conditions that had provided foundation for earlier understanding of natural order and cosmic relationships. Yet the landscape that greeted weary travelers spoke to systematic devastation and ongoing conflict that had transformed peaceful territories into battlefields where ancient grudges and contemporary ambitions intersected through violence that threatened the survival of communities whose only crime had been to exist within territories claimed by forces whose objectives encompassed goals extending far beyond simple conquest or territorial acquisition, to include fundamental transformation of cultural values and social organization, according to principles that violated every tradition and moral constraint that had previously governed civilized interaction between different groups and communities. The Elven Patrol that provided initial contact with surface authorities displayed both martial competence and cultural cohesion that had been preserved despite prolonged exposure to warfare and systematic pressure from enemies whose own capabilities exceeded those typically associated with conventional military opposition. Their dedication to homeland defense, reflecting commitment to values and relationships that transcended individual survival, to encompass preservation of traditions and social structures that had provided meaning and purpose across generations of peaceful development and cultural achievement. The weapons and equipment they carried bore marks of extensive use, yet careful maintenance, that spoke to understanding of their crucial role in conflicts where material advantage often determined outcomes between forces whose tactical capabilities remained otherwise comparable. Elhan's leadership of these scattered forces embodied both practical necessity imposed by current military circumstances and cultural authority that had been earned through demonstrated commitment to community welfare and strategic wisdom that enabled effective coordination of resources and personnel under conditions that challenged every conventional assumption about appropriate military organization and tactical methodology. His evaluation of newcomers whose arrival coincided with critical phases of ongoing campaigns encompassed assessment criteria that reflected both immediate tactical considerations and longer-term strategic implications regarding alliance formation and resource allocation that would influence community survival prospects across future confrontations whose outcome would determine whether traditional cultural values and social institutions could be preserved against systematic assault by forces whose own objectives required elimination or fundamental transformation of everything that had previously provided foundation for civilized existence. The intelligence that he provided regarding recent developments and enemy capabilities revealed the scope and sophistication of hostile operations that had achieved conquest of supposedly impregnable territories through methods that combined overwhelming force with systematic deception and strategic manipulation of political relationships and cultural divisions that had been exploited to prevent effective coordination of defensive measures and resistance activities. The siege that had separated communities from their ancestral homeland represented culmination of careful planning and resource allocation that had encompassed multiple approaches to achieving objectives that conventional military assault alone could never have accomplished against defensive positions and cultural unity that should have provided adequate protection against external threats. The artifact, whose recovery represented essential prerequisite for penetrating magical barriers that protected occupied territories, carried significance that extended beyond mere tactical utility to encompass cultural heritage and spiritual connection to traditions that had been preserved through centuries of careful stewardship and ritual observance, its properties reflecting understanding of metaphysical principles that had been developed through accumulated experience and scholarly investigation into relationships between material reality and transcendent forces that influenced environmental conditions and magical phenomena through means that required specialized knowledge for effective application. The Rin Lanthorn embodied both practical capability and symbolic representation of cultural continuity that connected current struggles to historical precedent and ancestral wisdom. The journey that led back toward familiar territories, yet under circumstances fundamentally different from those that had characterized previous travels through these regions, revealed environmental and social changes that spoke to systematic disruption of natural order and community relationships that had been achieved through methods that encompassed both direct violence and subtle manipulation of political and economic structures that had previously provided stability and predictable interaction patterns between different groups, whose coexistence had depended upon carefully negotiated agreements and mutual recognition of boundaries and legitimate interests. The vampire stronghold that had been established within territories previously considered secure from hostile infiltration represented both tactical objective, whose elimination would advance immediate military goals, and symbol of systematic corruption that had transformed familiar landscapes into extensions of enemy operations whose purposes remained partially concealed yet clearly encompassed objectives that extended far beyond simple territorial acquisition to include fundamental alteration of social and spiritual relationships that had provided foundation for community organization and individual identity formation. The confrontation that awaited within these corrupted halls would test every capability while revealing new aspects of enemy resources and strategic planning. The approach to Bodhi's underground complex required navigation through defensive measures that had been enhanced through supernatural capabilities and resources that exceeded anything available to normal criminal enterprises or conventional military organizations. The systematic nature of these preparations, demonstrating both extensive planning and intimate knowledge of terrain features and tactical approaches that potential opponents might employ in attempting to penetrate security measures that combined magical protection with strategic positioning and coordinated personnel deployment that reflected military experience and sophisticated understanding of siege warfare and defensive methodology. The allies whose assistance could be enlisted for this crucial confrontation represented diverse sources of support that encompassed both legitimate military cooperation and unofficial aid from individuals whose own interests aligned with immediate tactical objectives, despite fundamental differences in methodology and long-term strategic goals their willingness to participate in dangerous operations, speaking to recognition that current circumstances threatened values and institutions whose preservation required temporary cooperation between groups whose normal relationships involved competition or outright hostility under less critical conditions. The descent into underground chambers revealed architectural modifications and defensive enhancements that had been implemented through systematic application of supernatural capabilities to existing structures whose original design had been intended for entirely different purposes, the transformation demonstrating both engineering skill and complete disregard for aesthetic considerations or cultural sensitivity that had previously governed modification of significant buildings and historical sites whose preservation had been considered important for maintaining community, identity, and cultural continuity across generations of change and adaptation. The vampires whose elimination represented both immediate tactical necessity and symbolic victory against forces that embodied fundamental violation of natural order and moral principle displayed capabilities that exceeded normal undead. Limitations through systematic enhancement and coordination that spoke to leadership and resources that had been devoted to creating military units whose effectiveness transcended anything that individual supernatural creatures could achieve through personal power alone, their tactical coordination and equipment demonstrating organizational structure and strategic planning that had been developed through extensive experience in conducting operations against living opponents whose own capabilities required careful analysis and tactical adaptation. The confrontation with Bodhi herself provided opportunity for direct evaluation of enemy leadership capabilities, while also enabling acquisition of crucial intelligence regarding larger strategic patterns and ultimate objectives that had motivated systematic campaigns against communities whose only offense had been to exist within territories claimed by forces whose ambitions encompassed goals that could not be achieved through conventional conquest or negotiated settlement. Her apparent knowledge of historical events and personal relationships revealed access to information networks and surveillance capabilities that exceeded anything that normal intelligence gathering could have provided through conventional sources and methodologies. The battle that ensued tested every skill and tactical innovation while revealing both strengths and limitations that would influence future strategic planning and resource allocation decisions regarding optimal approaches to confronting supernatural enemies whose capabilities operated according to principles that differed significantly from those that governed combat against living opponents, whose own limitations and vulnerabilities could be anticipated through conventional military analysis and tactical preparation. The systematic nature of defensive measures and coordinated counterattacks demonstrated preparation that had anticipated various possible approaches and developed appropriate responses designed to exploit tactical advantages while minimizing vulnerabilities that careful opponents might identify and exploit through innovative methodology or superior resource allocation. The defeat of vampire leadership resulted in immediate tactical benefits that encompassed both elimination of immediate threats and recovery of essential items, whose possession would enable continuation of larger strategic campaigns against enemy strongholds and occupied territories. Yet the victory also revealed disturbing intelligence regarding connections between apparently separate hostile operations and systematic coordination that encompassed activities extending far beyond regional concerns to include cosmic implications and metaphysical significance that connected current circumstances to patterns of conflict, whose resolution would determine fundamental principles governing reality itself across multiple planes of existence. The restoration of Imoen's divine essence through elimination of supernatural forces that had maintained artificial separation between consciousness and spiritual heritage provided both personal satisfaction and practical enhancement of capabilities that would prove crucial for confronting challenges that lay ahead. Her recovery, demonstrating both the reversible nature of certain violations and the systematic methodology that had been employed to achieve temporary separation of soul from body through techniques that required sophisticated understanding of metaphysical principles and practical application of knowledge that few practitioners possess sufficient expertise to employ effectively under controlled conditions. The Rin Lanthorn, whose recovery from Vampire Stronghold represented successful completion of tactical objectives and acquisition of essential tools for advancing larger strategic campaigns, provided both practical capability for penetrating magical barriers and symbolic confirmation that enemy resources could be overcome through careful planning and coordinated application of diverse capabilities and tactical approaches that complemented individual strengths while compensating for personal limitations and resource constraints that might otherwise prevent successful completion of dangerous missions whose failure would compromise community survival and cultural preservation. The intelligence that Elhan provided regarding historical background and personal relationships that connected current circumstances to previous events whose significance had not been apparent during their original occurrence revealed systematic patterns of cause and consequence that encompassed decades of careful planning and patient manipulation of political and social relationships that had been exploited to achieve objectives whose ultimate scope exceeded anything that normal personal vendettas or commercial competition could have motivated through conventional means or typical resource allocation décision. The revelation that John Irenicus represented not unknown external threat, but exiled member of Elven community whose previous actions had resulted in systematic punishment and banishment that had been intended to prevent future violations of natural order and community welfare, provided crucial context for understanding both his capabilities and his motivations, while also explaining access to knowledge and resources that enabled systematic campaigns whose sophistication exceeded anything that purely external enemies could have achieved without intimate familiarity with target communities and their defensive measures and cultural vulnerabilities. The magical barrier that had been employed to conceal and protect occupied territories from external observation and military intervention demonstrated capabilities that reflected both extensive preparation and access to arcane resources that few practitioners could command through legitimate channels or conventional educational institutions. Its effectiveness in preventing penetration by normal magical detection and assault techniques, speaking to understanding of defensive principles and practical applications that had been developed through systematic study and experimental refinement across extended periods of research and development activities. The penetration of these barriers through application of ancient artifacts and specialized knowledge provided both immediate access to previously protected areas and demonstration that enemy defensive measures could be overcome through proper preparation and utilization of appropriate tools and technique. Yet the effort required for achieving such success also revealed the scope of resources and capabilities that had been devoted to maintaining security around activities whose concealment had been considered essential for preventing interference from forces whose opposition might compromise achievement of carefully planned objectives and long-term strategic goals. Suldanesla revealed itself as architectural achievement and cultural monument, whose beauty and sophistication provided stark contrast to evidence of systematic violence and destruction that marked current occupation by hostile forces. whose activities had violated every tradition and principle that had governed elven approach to environmental stewardship and community organization throughout centuries of peaceful development and cultural refinement. The bodies that littered elegant thoroughfares and graceful plaza areas spoke to both the intensity of resistance that had been offered against invasion and the systematic nature of elimination campaigns that had been conducted against civilian populations whose only crime had been loyalty to traditional values and social institutions. The ongoing battle that continued throughout various districts of the occupied city demonstrated both the persistence of resistance activities and the resources that hostile forces had been willing to commit to maintaining control over territories whose strategic value encompassed goals extending beyond simple conquest to include access to cultural artifacts and institutional knowledge that had been accumulated through generations of scholarly achievement and spiritual development. The tactical situation revealed both opportunities for coordinated action against dispersed enemy forces and dangers inherent in operating within urban environments where conventional military advantages might be neutralized through superior local knowledge and defensive preparations. The priestess, whose survival and protection provided essential access to historical knowledge and cultural memory that had been preserved through systematic stewardship and ritual observance, offered crucial intelligence regarding background circumstances and personal relationships that connected current invasion to previous events whose significance had shaped community response patterns and defensive preparations across decades of careful planning and strategic development. Demon's revelation of systematic betrayal and violation of fundamental principles by trusted community members provided context for understanding both enemy capabilities and the personal motivations that had driven systematic campaigns against cultural institutions and social relationships. The account of Irenicus and Bodhi's transformation from respected community members to exiled threats revealed both the scope of their original capabilities and the systematic nature of punishment that had been imposed through divine intervention and community decision-making processes that had been designed to prevent future violations while maintaining possibility for redemption through demonstrated commitment to reformed behavior and renewed dedication to community welfare and traditional values. The stripping of essential elven nature through supernatural means had been intended as corrective measure rather than permanent condemnation. Yet the response to such intervention had revealed fundamental character flaws that made rehabilitation impossible through conventional therapeutic approaches or social reintegration programs. The Tree of Life, whose violation had motivated original punishment and exile, represented both spiritual center of elven cultural identity and practical source of community strength and environmental harmony that had been maintained through centuries of careful stewardship and ritual observance. Its corruption through systematic manipulation and artificial enhancement, representing fundamental assault upon natural order and cosmic relationships that provided foundation for civilized existence and moral development. The current threat to this sacred site encompassed implications extending far beyond immediate community concerns to include potential consequences for environmental stability and spiritual balance throughout entire regions whose welfare depended upon maintenance of proper relationships between consciousness and natural forces. The quest for ritual components and sacred artifacts, whose combination would enable summoning of divine assistance, provided both immediate tactical objectives and opportunity for systematic exploration of occupied territories while gathering intelligence regarding enemy dispositions and defensive preparations that would influence strategic planning for ultimate confrontation with hostile leadership and elimination of threats to community survival and cultural preservation. The items whose recovery required penetration of secured areas and successful completion of dangerous missions encompassed both practical necessity and symbolic significance that connected immediate actions to larger patterns of spiritual preparation and cultural renewal. The dragon, whose elimination represented both tactical necessity and acquisition of essential ritual components, embodied supernatural power and ancient wisdom that had been corrupted through systematic manipulation and coercive agreements that violated natural autonomy and moral principle. The confrontation, providing opportunity to demonstrate both individual capability and strategic coordination, while also enabling evaluation of different approaches to problem resolution that encompassed varying degrees of violence and negotiation depending upon circumstances and tactical advantages that might be exploited through innovative methodology or superior resource allocation. The avatar, whose manifestation resulted from successful completion of ritual requirements, provided both immediate tactical assistance and symbolic confirmation of divine support for activities that served legitimate community interests, traditional cultural values, the supernatural intervention demonstrating that current struggles encompassed cosmic implications and metaphysical significance that extended beyond regional concerns to influence fundamental relationships between different forms of consciousness and competing approaches to authority and responsibility in governing interaction between individuals and communities whose welfare remained connected through spiritual bonds and shared cultural heritage. The palace, whose penetration represented final approach toward ultimate confrontation with hostile leadership, required navigation through defensive measures and architectural barriers that had been enhanced through systematic application of supernatural capabilities and strategic positioning of personnel and equipment, whose coordination demonstrated military experience and tactical sophistication that exceeded anything that conventional security measures could have provided through normal resource allocation and training programs available to legitimate institutional authorities. The ritual chambers, whose discovery revealed both the scope of enemy activities and the immediate nature of threats to fundamental community survival, demonstrated systematic violation of natural order and spiritual principle through methods that sought to achieve artificial enhancement of personal power and capability through exploitation of sacred sites and cultural artifacts whose proper utilization required dedication to community welfare and traditional values rather than personal advancement and individual aggrandizement at expense of collective institutions and social relationships. The Tree of Life, whose current violation through systematic parasitic manipulation represented both immediate threat to community survival and fundamental assault upon natural order and spiritual balance that had been maintained through generations of careful stewardship and ritual observance, provided setting for ultimate confrontation between competing visions of appropriate relationships between power and responsibility, individual desire and community welfare, artificial enhancement and natural development that would determine not merely immediate tactical outcomes, but long-term consequences for cultural identity and environmental stability throughout entire regions, whose prosperity depended upon maintenance of proper cosmic relationships. The parasites, whose elimination required systematic navigation through enhanced tree structure and coordinated tactical action against supernatural guardians, demonstrated both enemy capabilities and the systematic nature of violations that had been implemented through careful planning and sophisticated understanding of both natural vulnerabilities and artificial enhancement techniques that enabled achievement of objectives that conventional approaches could never have accomplished through legitimate means or authorized procedures. The battle against elemental guardians and magical defenses tested every skill, while revealing both individual capability and strategic coordination that would prove essential for ultimate confrontation with hostile leadership. The cage that held Queen Elazim provided both immediate tactical objective and symbolic representation of systematic imprisonment and violation of legitimate authority that had been achieved through superior force and strategic manipulation rather than community consent or cultural agreement. Her liberation requiring successful elimination of all protective measures and coordinated tactical action that would enable restoration of proper leadership and cultural authority that had been systematically undermined through hostile occupation and institutional corruption. The confrontation between Elisime and Irenicus revealed both personal history and cultural tragedy that had shaped current circumstances through systematic corruption of love and trust into instruments of manipulation and betrayal, their relationship demonstrating both potential for redemption and fundamental character flaws that made reconciliation impossible through conventional approaches to conflict resolution and personal healing. The revelation of romantic connection and systematic violation of such intimacy through pursuit of artificial enhancement and personal power provided context for understanding motivations that had driven decades of systematic planning and resource allocation toward objectives that could not be achieved through legitimate means or authorized procedures. The final battle against Irenicus tested every capability while demonstrating both enemy resources and systematic preparation that had been devoted to achieving ultimate objectives through whatever means proved necessary, regardless of costs imposed upon communities and individuals whose welfare had been subordinated to personal ambition and artificial enhancement goals that violated every principle upon which civilized existence and moral development depended for their foundation and practical implementation. The tactical coordination and magical capabilities displayed during this confrontation revealed both strengths and limitations that would influence final resolution of cosmic conflicts, whose outcome would determine fundamental principles governing reality itself across multiple planes of existence, where consciousness struggled to understand its proper relationship to transcendent forces and eternal consequences. The death of John Irenicus should have marked the restoration of stolen essence and the triumphant return to material existence, where divine heritage could resume its proper relationship with mortal consciousness. Yet, the aftermath of victory revealed complications that exceeded all previous understanding of metaphysical principles governing the separation and reunion of soul with flesh under circumstances involving artificial extraction and systematic manipulation of spiritual bonds that connected individual awareness to cosmic forces operating across multiple planes of existence. The gradual dissolution of physical form spoke not to mortal death, but to involuntary transition toward realms where consciousness existed according to principles that differed fundamentally from those that governed material reality and embodied existence. The pull that drew awareness away from familiar territories and established relationships carried with it both inevitability and recognition that divine heritage imposed consequences and obligations that could not be escaped through simple desire for conventional existence or appeals to innocence, regarding cosmic responsibilities that had been predetermined through bloodline connections to deities whose own nature and objectives operated according to laws that transcended mortal understanding, yet which demanded participation in conflicts whose resolution would determine fundamental principles governing reality itself across dimensions whose scope exceeded anything that normal human experience could encompass or adequately prepare consciousness to confront through conventional wisdom or typical moral frameworks. The realm that materialized around displaced consciousness revealed itself as manifestation of divine essence and cosmic principle rather than geographical location, subject to normal spatial relationships and temporal progression. Its architecture, reflecting both symbolic representation of abstract concepts and practical environment designed to facilitate encounters and experiences that would test every aspect of character and capability while revealing truths about identity and purpose that had remained hidden during periods of material embodiment and conventional existence within communities, whose own limitations prevented adequate understanding of cosmic implications and eternal consequences that accompanied divine heritage and inherited responsibility. The plane of Baal that served as destination for this involuntary journey embodied both memorial to murdered deity and active manifestation of principles that had been preserved through systematic distribution of divine essence among mortal children, whose existence had been planned as insurance against permanent elimination of cosmic forces that served essential functions in maintaining balance between competing principles and alternative approaches to existence and reality that influenced every aspect of consciousness and Baal, material manifestation across multiple dimensions where different forms of awareness competed for dominance and ultimate authority over fundamental laws governing cause and effect relationships. The chamber that provided initial orientation within these supernatural territories displayed architectural features that reflected both divine grandeur and practical considerations related to testing and evaluation procedures that would determine worthiness and capability for assuming responsibilities and exercising authorities that exceeded normal mortal limitations, while demanding wisdom and moral development that could only be achieved through systematic confrontation with challenges designed to reveal true character and ultimate commitment to principles that transcended personal survival or individual advancement in favor of cosmic objectives and eternal consequences whose significance operated on scales that encompassed countless souls and infinite possibilities for growth or corruption. The door whose sealed condition prevented immediate access to deeper regions of divine realm reflected both protective measures designed to prevent unprepared consciousness from encountering forces whose power exceeded capacity for safe interaction and systematic testing protocol that required demonstration of specific capabilities and character traits before permission would be granted for continuation of spiritual journey toward ultimate confrontation with cosmic responsibilities and eternal consequences that would determine individual role in ongoing struggles between competing visions of appropriate relationships between consciousness and transcendent reality. The 5 chambers whose exploration represented essential prerequisite for advancing deeper into divine territories contained trials and challenges that had been designed to reveal fundamental aspects of character and moral development, while also providing opportunities for growth and enhancement that would prepare consciousness for assuming responsibilities that exceeded anything encountered during material existence and conventional social relationships. Each test encompassed different approaches to evaluating wisdom, courage, compassion, justice, and commitment to principles that transcended immediate personal interests in favor of larger objectives that served cosmic welfare and eternal harmony. The first trial that involved encounter with manifestation of pride demonstrated both potential for corruption through excessive self-regard and opportunity for demonstrating humility and recognition of proper relationships between individual capability and cosmic authority, the challenge requiring careful evaluation of competing approaches to problem resolution that encompassed both immediate tactical considerations and long-term moral implications regarding appropriate uses of power and authority in situations where superior capability might enable achievement of objectives through methods that violated principles of justice and compassion toward others whose welfare deserved consideration, despite their apparent weakness or moral failings. The creature whose fate hung in balance between elimination and redemption provided test of moral judgment and commitment to principles that honored dignity and potential for growth in all conscious beings, regardless of their current condition or apparent threat to immediate objectives. The decision encompassing both practical assessment of genuine danger and philosophical evaluation of proper relationships between justice and mercy in situations where conventional categories of right and wrong might prove inadequate for addressing complex circumstances that required wisdom and compassion rather than simple adherence to established rules or precedent. The demon whose authority governed this testing environment offered both genuine assistance and subtle temptation toward approaches that might achieve desired outcomes through methods that compromised moral integrity and spiritual development, the interaction requiring careful discrimination between helpful guidance and corrupting influence, while maintaining commitment to principles that served long-term spiritual growth rather than immediate tactical advantage or personal satisfaction that might undermine character development and ultimate fitness for cosmic responsibilities. The doors that demanded payment in lives represented systematic challenge to moral principles regarding appropriate costs for achieving objectives that served larger purposes, their requirements forcing evaluation of competing values and priorities, while testing commitment to principles that honored individual dignity and autonomy, even under circumstances where such dedication might compromise mission success or personal survival in confrontations with forces whose own objectives violated every standard of moral behavior and ethical constraint that provided foundation for civilized existence and spiritual development. The alternative path that enabled progress without sacrificing others required both tactical innovation and willingness to accept personal costs rather than imposing burdens upon those whose welfare had been entrusted to individual protection and care, the choice demonstrating both problem-solving capability and moral commitment to principles that prioritized others' welfare over personal convenience or strategic advantage, while maintaining dedication to achieving objectives through methods that honored dignity and autonomy of all conscious beings whose fate remained connected to decisions made under pressure of immediate necessity. The sword whose acquisition provided both practical tool and symbolic representation of authority and responsibility required evaluation of competing approaches to power and its appropriate applications, the weapon embodying both potential for protection and destruction, depending upon wisdom and moral development of those who wielded such capability in situations where individual decisions influenced outcomes that affected countless others, whose welfare depended upon proper exercise of power and commitment to principles that served cosmic harmony rather than personal ambition or individual advancement. The genie whose fate depended upon choices made regarding distribution of powerful artifacts provided opportunity for demonstrating both strategic thinking and moral judgment in situations where apparent generosity might mask self-serving calculation, while genuine compassion required sacrifice of immediate advantage in favor of others' welfare and long-term consequences that honored dignity and potential for growth in all conscious beings whose circumstances had been influenced by individual actions and decisions. The confrontation with Saravok's spirit that challenged commitment to peaceful resolution and moral restraint represented both test of character development and opportunity for demonstrating growth beyond patterns of violence and growth. Revenge that had characterized earlier phases of spiritual journey, the encounter requiring both tactical capability and moral wisdom to address threats while maintaining commitment to principles that served ultimate objectives of cosmic harmony and spiritual development, rather than personal satisfaction or emotional release through elimination of opposition. The wrathful transformation that threatened to overwhelm moral restraint and tactical judgment provided both evidence of inherited power and warning regarding dangers inherent in divine heritage when employed without adequate wisdom and ployed. Spiritual preparation, the Slayer manifestation demonstrating capabilities that exceeded normal mortal limitations, while also revealing vulnerability to influences that sought to exploit such power for purposes that violated individual autonomy and moral principle in favor of cosmic forces whose own objectives operated according to principles that differed fundamentally from those that served consciousness and spiritual development. The tears of Baal that represented both symbolic acknowledgement of divine heritage and practical keys for accessing deeper regions of cosmic realm embodied essential connection between individual consciousness and transcendent forces whose power and authority encompassed responsibilities and consequences that extended far beyond personal concerns to include fundamental questions about proper relationships between different forms of awareness and competing approaches to existence and reality that would determine ultimate outcomes for countless souls whose fate remained connected to decisions made by those whose bloodline heritage imposed cosmic obligations. The chamber whose unsealing required systematic completion of all testing protocols provided both culmination of preparatory trials and gateway toward ultimate confrontation with forces whose resolution would determine individual role in cosmic conflicts whose outcome would influence fundamental principles governing reality across multiple planes of existence, where consciousness struggled to understand proper relationships between power and responsibility, individual desire and collective welfare, temporal concerns and eternal consequences that transcended normal human experience and conventional moral frameworks. The battle that awaited beyond these protective barriers tested every capability that had been developed through systematic trials, while also demanding integration of lessons learned regarding proper exercise of divine heritage, commitment to principles that served cosmic harmony, rather than personal ambition or individual advancement through methods that honored dignity and potential for growth in all conscious beings, whose welfare remained connected to outcomes of conflicts between competing visions of appropriate authority and responsibility. The demons that provided initial opposition demonstrated both enemy capabilities and systematic coordination that had been developed through extensive experience in conducting operations against conscious beings whose own resources remained limited by material constraints and conventional understanding of tactical principles, their assault requiring both individual skill and strategic innovation to counter approaches that operated according to supernatural principles and capabilities that exceeded normal limitations imposed by physical laws and temporal progression. The Slayer transformation that Irenicus employed as final, desperate measure revealed both extent of his corruption and systematic perversion of divine heritage through pursuit of objectives that violated every principle upon which legitimate authority and moral governance depended for foundation and practical implementation. His manifestation demonstrating both incredible power and fundamental character flaws that made redemption impossible through conventional approaches to rehabilitation and spiritual development. The protection spells that shielded enemy capabilities required both tactical patience and systematic analysis to overcome through appropriate countermeasures and strategic positioning that enabled effective assault against defenses that had been designed to prevent exactly the kind of confrontation that current circumstances demanded for resolution of cosmic conflicts and elimination of threats to fundamental principles governing proper relationships between consciousness and transcendent reality. The teleportation that enabled enemy mobility and tactical repositioning required constant vigilance and adaptive responses that could counter approaches designed to exploit conventional limitations and typical combat expectations, the pursuit demanding both persistence and tactical innovation, while maintaining commitment to ultimate objectives, despite frustration and apparent setbacks that tested determination and character under circumstances that challenged every assumption about proper methodology and strategic planning. The victory that resulted from systematic application of appropriate tactics and unwavering commitment to principles that served cosmic objectives rather than personal satisfaction, provided both immediate resolution of dangerous threats and demonstration that divine heritage could be employed in service of justice and harmony when guided by wisdom and moral development that honored dignity and potential for growth in all conscious beings whose welfare remained connected to individual choices and actions. The restoration that followed successful completion of cosmic trial returned consciousness to material realm, with enhanced understanding of responsibilities and capabilities that accompanied divine heritage, while also providing foundation for future development and service to causes that transcended individual concerns in favor of cosmic harmony and spiritual growth that would benefit countless souls whose fate remained connected to decisions made by those whose bloodline inheritance imposed obligations and opportunities for contributing to eternal welfare and ultimate triumph of principles that served consciousness and moral development. The celebration that greeted return to material existence reflected both community recognition of service and sacrifice that had been rendered in defense of fundamental values and genuine gratitude for preservation of cultural institutions and social relationships that provided foundation for civilized existence and moral development. The acknowledgement demonstrating both individual achievement and collective commitment to principles that honor dignity and potential for growth in all conscious beings whose welfare depended upon proper exercise of power and authority by those whose capabilities enabled protection and service, rather than domination and exploitation. The Queen, whose restoration to legitimate authority represented both tactical victory and symbolic affirmation of proper relationships between power and responsibility, offered both personal thanks and institutional recognition of service that had preserved community welfare and cultural values against systematic assault by forces whose objectives violated every principle upon which civilized existence and moral development depended for foundation and practical implementation. The future that stretched ahead carried both promise of continued growth and recognition of ongoing responsibilities that would test character and capability, while providing opportunities for service to causes that transcended individual concerns in favor of cosmic objectives and eternal consequences whose significance operated on scales that encompassed countless souls and infinite possibilities for development and spiritual achievement, through dedication to principles that served ultimate welfare and cosmic harmony. The restoration that should have marked the beginning of peaceful existence and well-earned respite from cosmic struggles instead revealed itself as merely a brief interlude before the manifestation of prophecies that had been spoken in whispers throughout generations of scholars and seers, whose understanding of divine heritage encompassed knowledge of patterns and cycles that operated according to principles extending far beyond individual fate, to encompass the systematic unfolding of cosmic destiny whose fulfillment would require participation in conflicts that would determine the ultimate nature of divine power and its relationship to mortal consciousness across realms where competing forces struggled for dominance over fundamental laws governing existence itself. The dreams that came with rest carried imagery and symbolism that spoke to awakening powers and emerging awareness of responsibilities that transcended personal concerns, to encompass cosmic obligations whose scope exceeded anything that conventional understanding could adequately prepare consciousness to comprehend or fulfill through normal approaches to moral development and spiritual growth. The visions revealed landscapes transformed by systematic violence and organized destruction, as powerful Baldur emerged from concealment to lead armies whose purpose encompassed not merely territorial conquest but systematic elimination of weaker siblings, whose divine essence would serve to strengthen survivors through methods that violated every principle of justice and compassion, yet which reflected inexorable logic of prophetic fulfillment that had been predetermined through divine planning whose scope encompassed consequences extending across multiple planes of existence. The panic that spread before these armies of destruction created conditions of systematic persecution and exile for anyone suspected of carrying divine bloodline whose heritage might connect them to cosmic forces, whose power and bloodline unpredictability posed theoretical threats to communities whose leaders preferred elimination of potential dangers over careful evaluation of individual character and moral development that might distinguish between those who would employ inherited power for protection versus those whose corruption would lead to exploitation and systematic violation of community welfare and civilized values. Queen Elaseem's growing unease regarding continued presence within territories where suspicion and fear had begun to overcome gratitude and recognition of service reflected both practical assessment of changing political circumstances and deeper understanding of cosmic patterns whose unfolding would require systematic separation from peaceful communities whose welfare might be threatened by proximity to forces whose very existence attracted attention from powers whose methods encompassed destruction and chaos that transcended normal limitations imposed by moral restraint and conventional approaches to conflict resolution. The sacred grove, whose ancient wisdom might provide guidance for understanding individual role in prophetic fulfillment, represented both refuge from immediate political pressures and gateway toward cosmic awareness that would reveal truths about destiny and purpose that had remained concealed during periods when divine heritage could be channeled through conventional heroic activities and community service rather than participation in conflicts whose resolution would determine fundamental principles governing reality across multiple dimensions, where different forms of consciousness competed for ultimate authority over existence itself. The stone heads whose activation provided access to prophetic knowledge, embodied connection to accumulated wisdom and spiritual insight that had been preserved through systematic stewardship across generations of guardians whose dedication to cosmic understanding exceeded personal concerns and individual survival in favor of service to eternal principles whose preservation required sacrifice and commitment that transcended normal human experience and conventional approaches to responsibility and moral development. Their voices carried authority, derived from direct experience of cosmic forces and intimate understanding of patterns, whose significance operated on scales that encompassed countless ages and infinite possibilities for growth, corruption. The prophecy that they revealed through systematic exposition of divine planning and cosmic necessity encompassed both explanation of current circumstances and warning regarding future challenges, whose resolution would test every capability while demanding choices that would determine not merely individual fate, but the ultimate direction of divine power and its influence upon reality across realms where consciousness struggled to understand proper relationships between transcendent authority and mortal responsibility, eternal consequences and temporal concerns that shaped daily existence and immediate decision-making processes. The Five, whose emergence marked beginning of systematic campaign against weaker Baalspawn, represented both immediate threats requiring tactical response and symbolic manifestation of corruption that accompanied divine heritage when divorced from moral principle and spiritual development that honored dignity and potential for growth in all conscious beings, whose welfare remained connected to proper exercise of power and authority by those whose capabilities enabled either protection or destruction, depending upon character, development and commitment to principles that served cosmic harmony rather than personal ambition. The armies that followed these corrupted leaders encompassed both military forces, recruited through conventional means, and supernatural allies, whose allegiance had been secured through methods that violated natural order and moral principle while providing capabilities that exceeded normal limitations imposed by material constraints and conventional tactical approaches to warfare and territorial conquest. Their systematic advance across territories previously considered secure demonstrated both strategic planning and resource allocation that reflected understanding of military science combined with access to powers that operated according to principles transcending normal human experience and typical approaches to conflict resolution. The destruction that marked their passage through peaceful communities revealed both ruthless efficiency in eliminating opposition and systematic methodology that prioritized acquisition of divine essence over preservation of cultural achievements or individual lives whose value remained subordinated to cosmic objectives whose fulfillment required sacrifice of everything that provided meaning and purpose for normal human existence and conventional social relationships. The scale of devastation exceeded anything that regional conflicts or typical territorial disputes could have generated through conventional military means and standard approaches to conquest and occupation. The systematic targeting of suspected Baalspawn revealed both intelligence networks and identification methods that enabled accurate discrimination between those who carried divine heritage and ordinary individuals whose elimination served no strategic purpose, yet whose persecution reflected widespread fear and systematic prejudice that transformed entire communities into participants in campaigns whose scope encompassed goals extending far beyond immediate tactical objectives to include fundamental transformation of social relationships and cultural values through methods that violated every principle upon which civilized existence and moral development depended. The attack that manifested within the sacred grove itself demonstrated both enemy capabilities and systematic surveillance that had identified specific locations and individual targets whose elimination would advance larger strategic objectives while also preventing potential interference from forces whose own power and moral development might enable effective resistance to systematic campaigns of destruction and corruption that served cosmic purposes, whose fulfillment required elimination of all alternative approaches to divine authority and transcendent responsibility. Ilisera's assault represented both tactical challenge, requiring immediate response, and symbolic confrontation between competing visions of appropriate uses for divine heritage, her capabilities demonstrating both systematic enhancement through violent acquisition of spiritual essence and fundamental character flaws that had transformed inherited power into instrument of oppression and destruction rather than protection and service to causes that honored dignity and potential for growth in all conscious beings whose welfare remained connected to proper exercise of transcendent authority and cosmic responsibility. The battle that ensued tested both individual capability and tactical coordination, while revealing enemy resources and strategic approaches that encompassed methods extending beyond conventional combat to include systematic psychological warfare and spiritual corruption that sought to undermine moral resolve and character development through exposure to choices and circumstances designed to reveal fundamental weaknesses and exploit natural human tendencies towards self-preservation and personal advancement at expense of principles and relationships that provided foundation for civilized existence. The transportation that followed her defeat marked transition from familiar territories and established relationships toward realms whose nature and governing principles differed fundamentally from those that characterized material existence and conventional social environments. The journey encompassing both geographical relocation and spiritual progression toward encounters with cosmic forces whose power and authority operated according to laws that transcended mortal understanding, yet which demanded participation in conflicts whose resolution would determine individual destiny and ultimate contribution to eternal welfare and cosmic harmony. The pocket plane that materialized around displaced consciousness represented both sanctuary from immediate dangers and testing environment, whose challenges would reveal character development and spiritual preparation necessary for assuming responsibilities that exceeded anything encountered during material existence and conventional heroic activities. Its architecture reflected both divine grandeur and practical considerations related to systematic evaluation of worthiness and capability for confronting cosmic forces whose power and authority encompassed obligations and consequences, extending across multiple planes of existence, where different forms of awareness competed for dominance and ultimate control over fundamental principles governing reality itself. The solar, whose guidance provided both practical assistance and spiritual wisdom, embodied divine authority and cosmic perspective that encompassed understanding of patterns and relationships whose significance operated on scales exceeding individual concerns and temporal limitations. Her presence demonstrating both institutional support for legitimate exercise of divine heritage and systematic oversight of activities whose outcomes would influence fundamental principles governing proper relationships between consciousness and transcendent reality across dimensions where eternal consequences shaped immediate choices and long-term development. The revelation that current circumstances encompassed not random violence but systematic fulfillment of cosmic planning, whose scope had been developed through divine foresight and strategic preparation, provided both explanation of apparent chaos and recognition that individual choices and actions remained significant components in larger patterns whose ultimate outcome would be determined through collective decisions and moral development achieved by those whose heritage imposed responsibilities extending far beyond personal survival or conventional heroic achievement towards service to causes that honored dignity and potential for growth in all conscious beings. The resurrection of Sarevok, that offered both practical alliance and symbolic reconciliation between competing approaches to divine heritage, demonstrated both forgiveness and strategic wisdom that recognized potential for character, development, and moral growth, even in those whose previous actions had violated fundamental principles and caused systematic suffering for countless innocent individuals whose welfare had been subordinated to personal ambition and individual advancement through methods that dishonored inherited power and cosmic responsibility. The oath that bound his assistants encompassed both practical guarantee of cooperation and spiritual commitment to principles that transcended previous patterns of behavior and character development. The magical compulsion, reflecting both necessity imposed by cosmic circumstances and opportunity for redemption, through service to causes that honored dignity and potential for growth, while contributing to ultimate welfare and eternal harmony rather than personal satisfaction or individual glory, achieved through systematic exploitation of others' vulnerability and moral weakness. The challenges that began to manifest within the pocket plane, as cosmic events unfolded across material realm, provided both systematic testing of character development and practical preparation for confronting forces whose power, corruption exceeded anything previously encountered through conventional heroic activities and typical approaches to problem resolution. Each trial encompassed different aspects of moral judgment and spiritual strength, while also revealing areas requiring continued growth and development before ultimate responsibilities could be safely assumed and properly discharged. The intelligence that emerged through various sources regarding activities and capabilities of remaining Balspawn provided both tactical information necessary for strategic planning and disturbing revelation of systematic coordination between forces whose individual power had been enhanced through violent acquisition of divine essence from weaker siblings whose elimination served strategic objectives, while also demonstrating fundamental character corruption that transformed inherited authority into instruments of oppression and systematic violation of principles that should have guided proper exercise of cosmic responsibility and transcendent capability. The campaign that encompassed both immediate tactical objectives and long-term strategic goals required careful evaluation of competing priorities and resource allocation decisions that would influence not merely individual survival, but ultimate outcome of cosmic conflicts, whose resolution would determine fundamental principles governing reality across multiple planes of existence, where consciousness struggled to understand proper relationships between power and responsibility, individual desire and collective welfare, temporal concerns and eternal consequences, whose significance transcended normal human experience and conventional moral frameworks. The fortress city of Saradush, that served as destination for these preparatory activities, represented both strategic stronghold, whose defenses might provide temporary security, and gathering place where remaining Balspawn had been systematically collected through methods that encompassed both voluntary cooperation and systematic coercion, by forces whose own objectives remained partially concealed, yet clearly encompassed goals, extending beyond simple protection to include systematic control and possible elimination of divine heritage through methods that violated individual autonomy and moral principle while serving cosmic purposes whose ultimate beneficiaries remained subject to question and careful evaluation. The siege that encompassed this fortified location demonstrated both enemy capabilities and systematic planning that had been devoted to achieving objectives whose scope exceeded normal military conquest to include fundamental alteration of cosmic balance and divine authority through elimination of alternative approaches to transcendent responsibility and spiritual development. The forces arrayed against the city encompassed both conventional military units and supernatural allies, whose combined capabilities challenged every defensive measure and tactical approach, while demanding innovative responses that transcended normal limitations imposed by material constraints and typical approaches to conflict resolution. Yagashura's leadership of these hostile forces revealed both individual corruption and systematic enhancement that had been achieved through violation of natural order and moral principle, his capabilities demonstrating what divine heritage could become when divorced from wisdom and compassion in favor of pure power and systematic domination of others whose welfare remained subordinated to cosmic objectives that violated every principle upon which legitimate authority and moral governance depended for foundation and practical implementation. The fire giant, whose unnatural invulnerability represented both tactical challenge requiring innovative approaches and symbolic representation of corruption that accompanied systematic pursuit of power without regard for moral consequence or spiritual development, reflected fundamental perversion of divine potential through methods that honored neither dignity nor growth, while serving cosmic forces whose own objectives remained hidden behind immediate tactical considerations and strategic manipulation of circumstances and relationships. The intelligence that revealed connections between enemy capabilities and artificial enhancement achieved through ritual manipulation and supernatural intervention provided both explanation of immediate challenges and warning regarding systematic corruption that encompassed not merely individual character, but institutional relationships and cultural values, whose preservation required constant vigilance and active resistance to influences that sought to undermine moral development and spiritual growth in favor of expedient solutions and temporary advantages that violated long-term welfare and eternal consequences. The preparation that would be required for confronting such systematic corruption and enhanced capability encompassed both tactical planning and spiritual development that honored principles transcending immediate survival and personal advancement in favor of cosmic objectives whose fulfillment would serve ultimate welfare and eternal harmony through proper exercise of divine heritage and committed service to causes that recognize dignity and potential for growth in all conscious beings whose fate remained connected to individual choices and collective dedication to transcendent values and spiritual truth. The aftermath of Saradush's destruction marked not merely the loss of a single fortress city, but the systematic elimination of countless souls whose divine heritage had marked them for slaughter in campaigns whose scope encompassed objectives extending far beyond territorial conquest to include fundamental alteration of cosmic balance through methods that violated every principle upon which legitimate authority and moral governance depended for their foundation and practical implementation. The smoking ruins that stretched across territories previously considered secure demonstrated both enemy capabilities and systematic planning that had been devoted to achieving results whose significance transcended regional concerns to encompass cosmic implications and metaphysical consequences, whose resolution would determine the ultimate fate of divine power and its relationship to mortal consciousness across multiple planes of existence. The survivors who emerged from this systematic destruction carried with them both immediate trauma and crucial intelligence regarding enemy resources and tactical approaches that had enabled conquest of fortified positions whose defenses should have provided adequate protection against conventional military assault, their accounts revealing coordination and capabilities that exceeded anything that normal siege warfare could have achieved through standard approaches to territorial conquest and occupation. The methods employed in penetrating defensive barriers and eliminating organized resistance reflected both strategic innovation and access to supernatural resources that operated according to principles transcending typical limitations imposed by material constraints and conventional understanding of military science. The pursuit of remaining Balspawn, whose elimination would advance enemy objectives, required systematic investigation and tactical planning that encompassed both immediate survival necessities and long-term strategic goals whose achievement would determine individual role in cosmic conflicts, whose resolution influenced fundamental principles governing reality across dimensions where consciousness struggled to understand proper relationships between transcendent authority and moral responsibility, eternal consequences, and temporal concerns that shaped immediate decision-making processes and character development under circumstances that challenged every assumption about appropriate methodology and strategic priority allocation. Abazeagle's underwater stronghold represented both tactical challenge requiring innovative approaches to penetration and symbolic manifestation of systematic corruption that had transformed divine heritage from blessing into curse through pursuit of objectives that violated natural order and moral principle, while serving cosmic forces whose own purposes remained hidden behind layers of deception and strategic manipulation designed to achieve results that could never be accomplished through legitimate means or authorized procedures that honored individual dignity and collective welfare, according to principles that transcended immediate tactical advantage. The aquatic environment that protected approach routes to enemy installations created unique challenges for conventional assault methods, while also providing opportunities for tactical innovation and strategic adaptation that could exploit environmental factors and defensive assumptions to achieve objectives that straightforward applications of force might never accomplish through normal military means and standard approaches to siege warfare and infiltration techniques. The underwater passages and flooded chambers demanded both physical adaptation and systematic modification of equipment and tactical approaches that had proven effective under normal atmospheric conditions. The sun, whose inheritance encompassed both paternal corruption and enhanced capabilities through systematic violation of natural order, provided immediate opposition whose defeat represented both tactical necessity and symbolic victory against forces that embodied fundamental perversion of divine potential through methods that honored neither dignity nor growth while serving objectives whose fulfillment required systematic elimination of alternative approaches to transcendent responsibility and spiritual development. Draconis displayed capabilities that reflected both inherited power and artificial enhancement through exposure to influences that operated according to principles, transcending normal limitations, yet which violated fundamental laws, governing proper relationships between consciousness and cosmic Authority. The dragon form, whose manifestation revealed both enemy resources and systematic preparation that had been devoted to creating opponents whose capabilities exceeded normal limitations imposed by mortal consciousness and conventional understanding of tactical possibilities, demonstrated coordination between supernatural forces and individual ambition that had been systematically cultivated through methods encompassing both willing cooperation and coercive manipulation, designed to achieve objectives that could never be accomplished through legitimate alliance formation or voluntary coordination based upon mutual respect and shared commitment to principles serving collective welfare. The dungeon complex, whose penetration required systematic solution of interconnected puzzles and coordinated tactical responses to diverse threats, encompassed both defensive measures and testing protocols that had been designed to evaluate worthiness and capability of potential challengers, while also providing multiple opportunities for elimination through methods that encompassed both direct violence and systematic psychological manipulation, designed to exploit natural human weaknesses and character flaws that might compromise mission, success, or moral integrity under pressure of immediate necessity and incomplete understanding of ultimate consequences. The pools, whose navigation demanded both specialized equipment and systematic understanding of environmental hazards, created sequential challenges that tested adaptability and resource management, while also revealing enemy planning that had anticipated various possible approaches and prepared appropriate countermeasures designed to prevent unauthorized access to sensitive areas, whose protection required capabilities exceeding normal security measures and conventional defensive protocols. The breath potions, whose acquisition enabled underwater exploration, reflected both practical necessity and symbolic representation of systematic preparation required for confronting challenges that operated according to principles differing fundamentally from those governing familiar environments and conventional tactical situations. The imprisoned monk, whose knowledge encompassed crucial intelligence regarding facility, operations, and security measures, provided both immediate tactical assistance and evidence of systematic violation of individual autonomy and moral principle through methods that reduced conscious beings to instruments serving purposes that violated every standard of ethical behavior and legitimate authority, while advancing objectives whose ultimate beneficiaries remained concealed behind administrative procedures and official designations that maintained facades of institutional legitimacy despite fundamental corruption of stated purposes and declared principles. The rope, whose acquisition enabled access to previously inaccessible areas, reflected both practical problem-solving and symbolic representation of connections between different aspects of comprehensive challenges, whose resolution required systematic coordination of diverse capabilities and tactical approaches while maintaining commitment to principles that honored dignity and potential for growth in all conscious beings, whose welfare remained connected to individual choices and collective dedication to transcendent values that served ultimate harmony and eternal welfare rather than temporary advantage or personal satisfaction. The madman, whose possession of essential scrolls demonstrated both enemy methods and systematic violation of individual autonomy through exposure to forces whose influence exceeded normal human capacity for resistance, while also providing crucial resources whose proper utilization would enable continuation of mission objectives despite obstacles and challenges that had been specifically designed to prevent unauthorized access and successful completion of activities that threatened enemy operations and strategic goals. The reversal scroll, whose acquisition required both tactical skill and moral judgment in dealing with individuals whose current condition resulted from systematic exposure to corrupting influences, provided both practical tool necessary for advancing mission objectives and symbolic representation of possibility for restoration and rehabilitation, even under circumstances where normal therapeutic approaches might prove inadequate for addressing violations and trauma whose scope exceeded typical human experience and conventional understanding of psychological healing and spiritual recovery. The green dragon, whose liberation from artificial compulsion represented both humanitarian objective and tactical advantage, demonstrated possibility for alliance formation based upon mutual recognition of shared opposition to systematic violation of natural order and individual autonomy. The creature's gratitude and willingness to provide assistance, reflecting both personal appreciation for restoration of freedom and strategic calculation that recognized common interests in opposing forces whose methods encompassed systematic corruption and exploitation of supernatural entities whose power had been perverted to serve purposes that violated fundamental principles governing proper relationships between consciousness and cosmic authority. The confrontation with Abazigal himself provided both ultimate test of capabilities developed through systematic preparation and symbolic representation of conflict between competing visions of appropriate uses for divine heritage, his corruption demonstrating what inherited power could become when divorced from wisdom and moral restraint in favor of systematic pursuit of dominance and personal aggrandizement through methods that violated every principle upon which legitimate authority and ethical governance depended for foundation and practical implementation. The draconic transformation that represented his ultimate defensive measure revealed both individual capabilities and systematic enhancement that had been achieved through violation of natural order and fundamental principles governing proper relationships between different forms of consciousness and transcendent reality. The manifestation demonstrating both incredible power and fundamental character flaws that made redemption impossible through conventional approaches to moral development and spiritual rehabilitation, while also proving vulnerability to systematic application of appropriate tactical methods and unwavering commitment to principles serving cosmic harmony. The victory that resulted from persistent effort and tactical innovation provided both immediate resolution of dangerous threats and confirmation that divine heritage could triumph over systematic corruption when guided by wisdom and moral development that honored dignity and potential for growth, while maintaining dedication to causes that transcended personal advancement in favor of collective welfare and eternal consequences whose significance operated on scales encompassing countless souls and infinite possibilities for spiritual achievement through service to transcendent principles. Sendai's enclave represented both final challenge among major Balspawn opponents and symbolic confrontation with systematic deception and identity manipulation that had been employed to maintain security and operational effectiveness through methods that violated fundamental principles regarding truth and authentic existence, while serving purposes whose achievement required systematic elimination of alternative approaches to divine authority and cosmic responsibility that might challenge established patterns of dominance and control. The Drow priestess, whose leadership encompassed both religious authority and political power, demonstrated systematic perversion of spiritual principles and cultural values through pursuit of objectives that violated natural order and moral constraint, while maintaining facades of legitimate governance and institutional authority, despite fundamental corruption of stated purposes and declared principles that had been systematically undermined through exposure to influences that operated according to laws transcending normal limitations, yet which violated essential requirements for authentic spiritual development and ethical behavior. The woodland disguise that concealed approach routes to enemy installations reflected both tactical innovation and systematic deception that had been developed through careful study of potential opponents and strategic analysis of conventional approaches to problem resolution. The false identities and environmental modifications demonstrating capabilities that exceeded normal illusion techniques, while also revealing planning that had anticipated various possible assault methods and prepared appropriate countermeasures designed to prevent unauthorized access and successful completion of mission objectives. The systematic revelation of drow identity through either careful investigation or direct confrontation provided both tactical intelligence and confirmation of enemy resources and planning that had been devoted to maintaining operational security through methods encompassing both magical concealment and strategic positioning of personnel, whose coordination reflected military experience and institutional backing, rather than improvised responses to unexpected circumstances or casual criminal enterprise, seeking temporary advantage through opportunistic exploitation of local conditions. The underground complex, whose penetration required systematic navigation through defensive measures and coordinated assault against organized opposition, represented both immediate tactical challenge and comprehensive test of capabilities that had been developed through previous encounters and systematic preparation for confronting forces whose resources exceeded normal limitations, while demanding innovative approaches to problem resolution that honored principles transcending immediate survival and personal advancement in favor of cosmic objectives whose fulfillment served ultimate welfare and eternal harmony. The gauntlet that encompassed successive waves of increasingly capable opponents provided both systematic evaluation of tactical adaptability and comprehensive demonstration of enemy resources that had been allocated to protecting leadership and maintaining operational effectiveness against external threats whose capabilities might compromise mission success or strategic objectives through application of superior force or innovative methodology that could overcome conventional defensive measures and established security protocols. The lieutenants, whose elimination required both individual combat skill and tactical coordination, demonstrated enemy capabilities and systematic preparation that reflected institutional backing and military training, rather than typical criminal enterprise or personal vendetta whose resources remained limited by conventional constraints and normal approaches to conflict resolution. Their coordination and equipment revealing planning that had encompassed multiple contingencies and alternative responses designed to maintain operational effectiveness despite external pressure and hostile intervention. The Mind Flayer alliance that provided supernatural assistance to drow operations represented both strategic innovation and systematic violation of natural boundaries between different forms of consciousness, whose cooperation required negotiated agreements and mutual recognition of shared objectives despite fundamental differences in nature and methodology. The aberrant entities, demonstrating capabilities that transcended normal limitations, while serving purposes whose ultimate beneficiaries remained subject to question and careful evaluation, regarding moral implications and long-term consequences. The ritual chambers that housed final confrontation provided both appropriate setting for ultimate challenge and symbolic representation of systematic corruption that had transformed spiritual practices into instruments serving personal ambition and individual advancement rather than collective welfare and cosmic harmony. The ceremonial elements reflecting both cultural achievement and fundamental perversion of religious principles through pursuit of objectives that violated essential requirements for authentic spiritual development and ethical behavior. The 7 statues that represented different aspects of Sendai's tactical capabilities provided both systematic challenge requiring adaptive responses and comprehensive demonstration of enemy resources that had been devoted to achieving invulnerability through methods that encompassed both magical protection and strategic innovation designed to overcome conventional assault techniques and typical approaches to direct confrontation with powerful opponents whose elimination represented essential prerequisite for advancing larger strategic objectives. The coordination between artificial duplicates and reinforcing personnel demonstrated both tactical sophistication and systematic preparation that reflected understanding of siege warfare and defensive methodology combined with access to supernatural resources that enabled implementation of strategies transcending normal limitations imposed by material constraints and conventional approaches to maintaining operational effectiveness against superior numbers or innovative assault techniques that might otherwise compromise established defensive position. The final confrontation that required systematic elimination of all defensive measures and coordinated assault against multiple simultaneous threats provided both ultimate test of capabilities and comprehensive demonstration of principles that had been developed through previous encounters and systematic dedication to causes serving cosmic harmony rather than personal satisfaction or individual glory, achieved through methods that violated dignity and potential for growth, while advancing objectives whose fulfillment honored transcendent values and eternal consequences. The vision that followed Sendai's defeat revealed systematic betrayal and institutional corruption that encompassed not merely individual character flaws, but comprehensive perversion of organizational purpose and declared principles through methods that had systematically undermined trust and authentic cooperation in favor of strategic manipulation and systematic deception designed to achieve objectives that could never be accomplished through legitimate means or voluntary coordination based upon mutual respect and shared commitment to collective welfare and moral development. The revelation of Balthazar as final member of the Five provided both explanation of previous cooperation and warning regarding systematic deception that had encompassed apparently beneficial relationships and strategic alliances whose true purposes remained concealed behind facades of mutual interest and shared objectives. The monk's involvement demonstrating both individual capability and fundamental misunderstanding of cosmic principles whose proper application required wisdom and moral development, rather than systematic elimination of alternative approaches to transcendent responsibility and spiritual growth. The shadow thieves, whose assistance could be enlisted against remaining opposition, represented both practical alliance, opportunity, and evidence that systematic threat to cosmic balance had created circumstances where normal competitive relationships and territorial disputes became subordinated to shared recognition of dangers whose scope exceeded regional concerns to encompass fundamental principles governing reality across multiple planes of existence where consciousness struggled to understand proper relationships between power and responsibility, individual desire, and collective welfare. The monastery, whose defenses required innovative approaches to penetration, represented both final tactical challenge and symbolic confrontation with systematic corruption that had perverted spiritual institution and religious purpose to serve objectives that violated every principle upon which authentic moral development and transcendent achievement depended for foundation and practical implementation. The fortified complex demonstrating both architectural achievement and fundamental perversion of sacred purpose through pursuit of goals that honored neither dignity nor growth, while serving cosmic forces whose own purposes remained hidden behind immediate tactical considerations. The righteousness that had motivated Balthazar's participation in systematic elimination of divine heritage reflected both genuine moral conviction and fundamental misunderstanding of cosmic principles whose proper application required preservation and guidance rather than wholesale destruction of inherited capability and spiritual potential that could serve causes transcending individual limitations when properly developed through wisdom and commitment to principles honoring dignity and growth in all conscious beings, whose welfare remained connected to collective dedication to transcendent values and eternal harmony. The monastery's final chambers revealed themselves as both architectural culmination of centuries dedicated to spiritual discipline and systematic perversion of sacred purpose through methods that had transformed contemplative sanctuary into fortress, serving objectives that violated every principle upon which authentic religious devotion and moral development depended for their foundation and practical implementation. Balthazar's presence within these hallowed halls represented tragic embodiment of righteousness, corrupted through fundamental misunderstanding of cosmic principles whose proper application required wisdom and compassion rather than systematic elimination of divine heritage that could serve transcendent causes when properly guided through commitment to values honoring dignity and potential for growth in all conscious beings. The monk, whose leadership encompassed both genuine spiritual achievement and catastrophic moral blindness, demonstrated how dedication to abstract principles could become divorced from practical wisdom and compassionate understanding. His systematic campaign against Baldur, reflecting sincere conviction that wholesale destruction represented necessary sacrifice for cosmic welfare, despite fundamental violation of individual autonomy and spiritual potential that proper guidance could have channeled towards service of ultimate harmony and eternal truth, rather than systematic elimination through methods that dishonored inherited power and transcendent capability. The confrontation that marked culmination of his misguided crusade provided both tactical challenge, requiring innovative approaches and comprehensive demonstration of capabilities that had been developed through years of disciplined training and spiritual practice whose legitimate achievements had been systematically perverted through exposure to influences that operated according to principles transcending normal human understanding, yet which violated essential requirements for authentic moral development and ethical behavior under Wanyame, circumstances demanding wisdom rather than blind adherence to theoretical constructs divorced from compassionate recognition of individual worth and collective welfare. The revelation that Amalison had orchestrated systematic manipulation of his convictions through careful exploitation of genuine moral concerns and legitimate spiritual aspirations provided both explanation of tragic corruption and warning regarding methods employed by forces whose own objectives encompassed fundamental alteration of cosmic balance through elimination of alternative approaches to divine authority and transcendent responsibility, that might challenge established patterns of dominance and control over fundamental principles governing reality across multiple planes of existence, where consciousness struggled to understand proper relationships between power and moral obligation. The intelligence that emerged through this final confrontation revealed both scope of systematic deception and comprehensive nature of planning that had encompassed decades of careful manipulation and strategic positioning to achieve objectives whose ultimate beneficiaries remained concealed behind layers of misdirection and false allegiance designed to prevent recognition of true purposes until circumstances rendered opposition impossible through conventional means or voluntary coordination based upon mutual understanding and shared commitment to principles serving collective harmony rather than individual advancement or institutional aggrandizement. The transition that followed Balthazar's defeat marked passage from preparatory trials toward ultimate confrontation with forces whose power and corruption had been systematically concealed behind facades of beneficial assistance and strategic cooperation. The journey encompassing both geographical movement and spiritual progression toward encounters with cosmic authorities, whose resolution would determine individual role in conflicts, whose outcome would influence fundamental principles governing reality itself across dimensions where competing visions of appropriate relationships between consciousness and transcendent power struggled for dominance over eternal consequences and ultimate truth. The pocket plane, whose challenges had been systematically unlocked through successful completion of previous trials, provided both comprehensive testing environment and practical preparation for assuming responsibilities that exceeded anything encountered during conventional heroic activities and typical approaches to moral development, each obstacle encompassing different aspects of character evaluation while also revealing areas requiring continued growth before cosmic obligations could be safely discharged, according to principles that honored dignity and potential for advancement in all conscious beings whose welfare remained connected to proper exercise of inherited authority. The aspect of doubt whose manifestation challenged certainty and conviction provided both psychological test and philosophical examination of relationships between confidence and wisdom. The encounter requiring careful evaluation of competing approaches to decision-making under circumstances where excessive certainty might lead to systematic violation of moral principle while inadequate conviction could compromise effectiveness in confronting forces whose own dedication to corrupt objectives enabled systematic advancement toward goals that violated every standard of ethical behavior and legitimate authority while serving cosmic purposes whose ultimate significance remained hidden behind immediate tactical considerations. The choice between accepting doubt as essential component of wisdom versus rejecting uncertainty as obstacle to decisive action encompassed both practical assessment of tactical requirements and fundamental evaluation of character development that would determine fitness for exercising cosmic authority, whose proper application required both conviction and humility, strength and restraint, systematic planning, and adaptive flexibility that could respond to changing circumstances while maintaining commitment to principles, transcending immediate survival and personal advantage in favor of collective welfare and eternal harmony. Siric's manifestation within testing environment provided both divine perspective and cosmic warning regarding consequences of systematic pursuit of power without adequate moral foundation. The deity's own experience, encompassing both achievement and corruption, that demonstrated potential outcomes when transcendent capability became divorced from wisdom and compassionate understanding of responsibilities that accompanied divine authority and cosmic influence over fundamental principles governing reality across multiple planes of existence, where consciousness competed for dominance and ultimate control over eternal consequences and metaphysical truth. The conversation that revealed cosmic hierarchy and institutional relationships between different divine authorities provided both educational insight and strategic intelligence regarding forces whose opposition or cooperation would influence individual effectiveness in discharging inherited obligations and cosmic responsibilities, whose proper fulfillment required understanding of larger patterns and systematic coordination with entities whose own objectives might either support or undermine efforts to achieve harmony, balanced through methods that honored dignity and growth while serving transcendent purposes that encompassed welfare of countless souls across infinite dimensions of existence. The reference to Ao, whose supreme authority encompassed fundamental laws governing divine behavior and cosmic relationships, provided glimpse into hierarchical structures that operated according to principles transcending normal human understanding, yet which remained subject to moral evaluation and ethical constraint regarding appropriate exercise of power and authority over conscious beings whose welfare deserved consideration and protection, despite their apparent limitations and temporal concerns that might seem insignificant when measured against eternal consequences and cosmic objectives, whose scope exceeded individual comprehension. The final challenge that required confrontation with the Ravager represented both ultimate test of character development and practical preparation for exercising divine heritage, whose power encompassed capabilities that transcended normal, mortal limitations while demanding wisdom and restraint that could prevent systematic violation of individual autonomy and collective welfare through methods that honored essential principles rather than serving personal ambition or institutional objectives that violated fundamental requirements for legitimate authority and ethical governance of cosmic forces and transcendent capability. The Avatar, whose manifestation embodied pure essence of Baal's destructive potential, provided both comprehensive demonstration of inherited power and systematic warning regarding dangers inherent in divine heritage when employed without adequate moral foundation and spiritual preparation. The encounter requiring both tactical skill and character strength to overcome temptation towards solutions that violated principles of justice and compassion, while offering immediate tactical advantage or personal satisfaction through elimination of opposition and systematic advancement toward objectives whose achievement might compromise long-term welfare and eternal consequences. The victory that resulted from maintaining commitment to principles, despite overwhelming pressure and systematic temptation, provided both practical resolution of testing requirements and symbolic demonstration that divine heritage could be properly channeled through wisdom and moral development towards service of causes that transcended individual concerns in favor of collective welfare and cosmic harmony, whose achievement required sacrifice and dedication that honored dignity and potential for growth in all conscious beings whose fate remained connected to individual choices and systematic commitment to transcendent values. The dissolution of protective barriers that had maintained artificial separation from cosmic forces marked transition toward ultimate confrontation with Amalison, whose true nature and systematic deception encompassed both individual corruption and institutional perversion of religious authority and spiritual guidance through methods that had systematically undermined trust and authentic cooperation in favor of strategic manipulation designed to achieve objectives that could never be accomplished through legitimate means or voluntary coordination based upon mutual respect and shared dedication to collective welfare and moral development. The Throne of Blood, whose approach required passage through defensive measures and systematic navigation of cosmic geography, represented both practical destination and symbolic representation of divine authority whose proper exercise demanded wisdom and compassion rather than systematic domination and individual aggrandizement through methods that violated essential principles governing relationships between consciousness and transcendent power across multiple planes of existence, where competing approaches to cosmic responsibility struggled for dominance over fundamental laws governing reality itself. The realm that materialized around advancing consciousness revealed both architectural grandeur and systematic corruption that had perverted divine authority through pursuit of objectives that violated natural order and moral principle, while maintaining facades of legitimate religious purpose and spiritual guidance designed to conceal true objectives until circumstances rendered opposition impossible through conventional resistance or coordinated action based upon mutual understanding and collective commitment to principles serving ultimate harmony rather than personal advancement or institutional control. The battle that commenced immediately upon arrival tested every capability while revealing enemy resources that had been systematically accumulated through decades of careful planning and strategic manipulation of political relationships and religious institutions whose corruption had been achieved through methods encompassing both willing cooperation and systematic coercion, designed to achieve objectives that transcended regional concerns, to encompass cosmic implications and metaphysical consequences, whose resolution would determine fundamental principles governing divine authority and transcendent responsibility. Amalison the Black-Hearted, whose revelation as ultimate antagonist provided both explanation of systematic deception and comprehensive demonstration of corruption that had encompassed not merely individual character, but institutional authority and spiritual guidance through pursuit of divine ascension without proper moral foundation or legitimate claim to cosmic responsibility based upon service and sacrifice, rather than systematic exploitation of others' vulnerability and systematic violation of principles governing authentic spiritual development and ethical behavior. The High Priestess, whose dedication to Baal's worship had been systematically corrupted through pursuit of personal advancement and individual power, rather than service to cosmic harmony and collective welfare, demonstrated how religious authority could be perverted through methods that violated fundamental requirements for legitimate spiritual leadership while maintaining facades of institutional legitimacy and divine sanction designed to prevent recognition of true purposes until circumstances enabled achievement of objectives that could never be accomplished through authorized procedures or voluntary cooperation. The betrayal that had encompassed systematic manipulation of divine planning and prophetic fulfillment through methods that exploited legitimate cosmic necessity and authentic spiritual obligation provided both explanation of recent events and comprehensive warning regarding forces whose influence extended far beyond immediate tactical considerations to encompass fundamental alteration of relationships between consciousness and transcendent authority, whose proper exercise required dedication to principles, transcending personal benefit and individual advancement in favor of collective welfare and eternal harmony. The essence pools, whose systematic manipulation provided both immediate tactical challenge and symbolic representation of cosmic resources, whose proper stewardship required wisdom and moral commitment, rather than opportunistic exploitation and systematic violation of natural order through methods that treated divine heritage as commodity to be harvested, rather than responsibility to be discharged according to principles serving ultimate welfare and transcendent truth, whose preservation demanded sacrifice and dedication that honored dignity and potential for growth in all conscious beings. The battle mechanics that required systematic disruption of artificial enhancement and coordinated assault against multiple simultaneous objectives provided both comprehensive test of tactical adaptability and practical demonstration of principles that had been developed through previous encounters, and systematic dedication to causes serving cosmic harmony rather than individual satisfaction or personal glory, achieved through methods that violated fundamental requirements for legitimate authority and ethical exercise of transcendent capability. The enemies that manifested through systematic summoning and artificial creation demonstrated both individual capabilities and comprehensive resources that had been allocated to protecting ultimate objectives against external interference. Their coordination and enhancement, reflecting institutional backing and supernatural assistance that exceeded normal limitations, while serving purposes whose achievement required systematic violation of natural order and moral principle through methods that dishonored inherited power and cosmic responsibility. The platforms whose systematic connection to central authority provided both tactical objectives requiring coordinated response and symbolic representation of artificial hierarchy and systematic control over cosmic resources whose proper distribution required wisdom and compassion rather than individual accumulation and personal aggrandizement through methods that violated fundamental principles governing relationships between consciousness and transcendent power, whose exercise demanded commitment to collective welfare rather than systematic exploitation of others. Vulnerability. The essence absorption that threatened to provide unlimited enhancement and artificial invulnerability demonstrated both enemy capabilities and systematic violation of natural boundaries between individual consciousness and cosmic forces, whose proper relationship required voluntary cooperation and mutual respect, rather than systematic domination and exploitative manipulation, designed to achieve objectives that could never be accomplished through legitimate means or authorized procedures that honored dignity and autonomy of all conscious beings whose welfare deserved consideration and time. Protection. The solar, whose intervention prevented ultimate corruption, provided both institutional authority and cosmic perspective that encompassed understanding of proper relationships between divine power and moral obligation. Her judgment encompassing both legal authority and spiritual wisdom that recognized fundamental violations of natural order and systematic abuse of inherited capability through methods that could never be legitimized through appeals to necessity or claims of cosmic benefit, whose achievement required sacrifice of principles serving ultimate harmony and eternal truth. The immortality that artificial enhancement had achieved through systematic violation of natural law and moral principle represented both practical obstacle requiring innovative resolution and symbolic demonstration of fundamental corruption that transformed potential blessing into curse through pursuit of objectives that violated essential requirements for authentic spiritual development, and legitimate exercise of transcendent authority whose proper application served collective welfare rather than individual advancement through methods dishonoring inherited responsibility and cosmic obligation. The judgment that followed enemy defeat provided both practical resolution of immediate threats and comprehensive evaluation of cosmic implications, whose significance encompassed fundamental questions about proper relationships between consciousness and divine authority, individual desire and collective welfare, temporal concerns and eternal consequences whose resolution would determine future development and spiritual progress across multiple planes of existence, where competing approaches to transcendent responsibility continued to struggle for dominance over ultimate principle governing reality itself. The choice between mortality and ascension that represented culmination of entire journey encompassed both personal decision and cosmic consequence, whose implications extended far beyond individual fate to influence fundamental principles governing divine authority and its relationship to conscious beings, whose welfare remained connected to proper exercise of inherited power and transcendent capability through methods that honored dignity and potential for growth rather than systematic exploitation and institutional control over resources whose stewardship required wisdom and moral commitment. The divine ascension that offered ultimate fulfillment of inherited potential carried with it both incredible power and systematic isolation from mortal relationships and conventional understanding, whose loss might compromise essential connections to compassion and wisdom that provided foundation for proper exercise of cosmic authority and transcendent responsibility, whose discharge required continued commitment to collective welfare rather than individual satisfaction or personal glorification through methods that violated principles serving ultimate harmony and eternal truth. The mortal choice that preserved essential humanity while relinquishing cosmic power demonstrated both wisdom and courage in recognizing proper priorities and authentic values, whose preservation transcended immediate tactical advantage or personal advancement through systematic accumulation of capability and authority, whose exercise might compromise fundamental principles governing relationships between consciousness and transcendent reality, whose proper balance served collective welfare and spiritual development rather than individual aggrandizement through systematic exploitation of inherited advantage and cosmic opportunity, whose fulfillment required sacrifice and dedication to causes honoring dignity and growth in all conscious beings, whose fate remained connected to individual choices and moral commitment. Thus concludes our journey through the labyrinthine paths of destiny and divine heritage, where choices made in darkness and light alike have woven themselves into the eternal tapestry of cosmic consequence and mortal triumph. From the sterile chambers of John Irenicus to the blazing throne room where godhood itself awaited, we have witnessed transformation beyond measure, the evolution of consciousness from innocent ward to cosmic arbiter, whose decisions echo across realms both seen and unseen. The chronicles we have traced tonight speak not merely to individual heroism, but to the eternal struggle between power and wisdom, between the seductive call of transcendence and the anchoring weight of compassion that keeps even the most exalted souls tethered to the fundamental truth that greatness lies not in dominion, but in service to causes greater than the self, whether through ascension to divine glory or the noble choice to remain among mortal kind. The path traveled demonstrates that divine blood becomes blessing only when tempered by mortal heart. Cosmic authority meaningful only when exercised in defense of those who cannot defend themselves. Rest now, wanderer of realms both digital and divine, knowing that in dreams you may walk again through Candlekeep's halls or stand upon Baal's throne, yet carry with you always the understanding that true power lies not in commanding the cosmos, but in choosing compassion when the very stars themselves would counsel otherwise. May your slumber be as peaceful as Elasim's restored realm.